Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. I'd been slumped in my squeaky office chair, counting the minutes until the midday heat lost its grip, when the radio crackled on the desk. One of our volunteers' voices trembled on the other end, asking for immediate backup. They'd spotted smoke rising from somewhere near the far boundary of our little desert park. Normally, suspicious plumes of smoke meant yet another junker set ablaze. Something we saw often enough that it barely rattled me anymore. But the quiver in the volunteer's tone gnawed at me. Something about this situation felt off. Without waiting for protocol or double-checking any sign-out sheets, I grabbed my keys and waved my coworker, Manny, over. We piled into our dusty truck and took off down the barren road, nothing but a shimmer of heat on the horizon. My mind kept replaying worst-case scenarios, a wildfire blazing out of control, folks trapped in a gutted vehicle. Or maybe something darker I couldn't fully process yet. The desert seemed too quiet as we sped toward the site. Normally I'd catch glimpses of desert hares scuttling across the road, or a hawk circling overhead. Not this time. The entire place felt as if it was bracing for bad news. Manny fiddled with the radio, trying to reach the volunteers again, but all we got was static laced with muffled crackles. Each burst of static made me grip the steering wheel tighter. The road stretched ahead like a scar across the landscape, and with each mile marker we passed, the dread in my stomach intensified. 6 years I'd been a ranger at Sandstone National Park, and I'd seen plenty of disturbing things. Hikers with heat stroke babbling nonsense, drug deals gone bad, even a murder-suicide at one of the lookout points. But something in that volunteer's voice triggered an alarm deep in my subconscious. "Try them again," I told Manny, my voice sounding hollow in the cab. He adjusted the frequency. "Volunteer unit, this is Ranger Station. Come in." Nothing but static. I pressed harder on the accelerator, sending a cloud of dust billowing behind us. The truck's engine whined in protest as we climbed a steep incline. From the top of the rise, we could see the eastern boundary of the park, and there it was, a thick column of smoke rising from behind a cluster of rock formations, black against the cloudless blue sky. "That's not a campfire," Manny muttered. "Too much smoke." I nodded grimly. The smoke was oily and dense, the kind that comes from synthetic materials burning. Plastic, rubber, upholstery. Vehicle fire, no doubt about it. But the location made no sense. That section of the park had no road access. You'd have to drive off-trail for at least 2 miles of rough terrain to reach it. We rounded a bend and spotted thick smoke curling into the sky. That acrid scent of burned rubber and metal practically tore through the truck's ventilation. We pulled up, tires crunching on gravel, and the volunteers waved us over, their faces drained of color. I stepped out and got an immediate taste of heat so intense it felt like a furnace blast. The car in question was more of a scorched metal skeleton at this point, the flames mostly dying down but leaving behind angry black fumes. Manny and I exchanged uneasy glances. We'd dealt with torched vehicles before. Thieves often dumped them after stripping out valuable parts. But as we edged closer, something caught my eye through the shattered driver's side window. It looked like a large lump leaning against the steering wheel. I tried convincing myself it was just a mass of melted upholstery. Stepping around for a clearer look, I discovered it was definitely not just a ruined seat. My stomach dropped. I found myself staring at the remains of a person, the body blackened and distorted, features impossible to make out. The door handle had melted in places, and the rope, yes, rope, had fused to the metal. This wasn't a simple joyride gone wrong. Someone had brought this car here, bound the person inside, and shot them before setting the entire thing aflame. The sight pressed down on me, suffocating, like the desert itself was turning hostile. Manny rushed back to the truck to call for proper backup. As we stood by, the smoke coiled in the sky, trailing a pungent odor that clung to my clothes. Time seemed to grind to a halt while we waited. One of the volunteers hovered near me, stammering about how they'd initially assumed the car was just another stolen husk, until they peered into the driver's seat. I remember scanning the area, paranoid about a possible suspect lurking in the brush, maybe watching us from behind a tumbleweed. The fire department eventually roared in, dousing the smoldering wreck, sending up fresh plumes of steam. Then the police arrived, setting up a perimeter with that familiar yellow tape. I tried to focus on small details, like half-burned food wrappers on the ground and the bullet holes scarring the frame. How many shots were fired? Was the victim alive when they were bound? I hated how my own thoughts drifted into morbid territory. The volunteer who'd made the discovery, a retired schoolteacher named James, sat on a rock nearby, his face ashen. I walked over and offered him my canteen. "First time seeing something like this?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. He nodded, his hands shaking as he took a sip of water. 28 years teaching high school biology. Dissected frogs, pigs, even a human cadaver once at a workshop. But this... His voice trailed off. I understood. There's something profoundly different about encountering death in its violent, unnatural state. The human brain isn't wired to process it easily. I'd seen enough over the years to build some emotional calluses, but even I felt nauseated. The sheriff arrived, his SUV kicking up dust as it braked hard. He was a stocky man with weathered skin and eyes that had seen too much. I knew him, Sheriff Reeves. We'd worked together on various incidents over the years. "What have we got?" he asked, pulling on latex gloves. I briefed him on what we'd found, keeping my voice steady through practiced professionalism. But inside my mind was racing, imagining scenarios. Who was the victim? Why bring them all the way out here? The desert held many secrets, but this one seemed particularly dark. As investigators combed the scene, I noticed something glinting in the sand about 20 feet from the car. I pointed it out to one of the crime scene techs, who carefully dug it up. A shell casing. Then another, and another. 5 in total, forming a rough semicircle. "Execution style," the tech murmured, bagging the casings. But I could count at least 7 entry points in the vehicle's frame. Some shots had missed. The victim had struggled. I turned away, swallowing hard against the bile rising in my throat. Hours slipped by as investigators combed through the ashes, taking pictures, bagging up scraps of rope. I noticed Manny in a corner, staring silently at the wreck. He'd told me once that he was used to gore from a past job, but even he looked shaken. What we found here wasn't just violence, it was cruelty. Eventually, the site was labeled secure, and the authorities sent us on our way. We left behind a few sheriff's deputies to maintain the perimeter until forensics could finish up. As Manny and I drove back, the sky had bled into a deep, sun-scorched orange. My head swam with everything we'd witnessed. The volunteers, wide-eyed and jittery, followed in their own car, still reeling from the realization that the scene they'd stumbled upon was so much worse than they'd feared. By the time we reached the station, a rumor was already circulating about the haunted site. Word travels fast in small circles, and folks around here can't resist a good ghost story. I overheard someone joking about how it had probably become the park's most sought-after camping spot. Visitors love a grim legend. But there was nothing amusing in the images still stuck in my head. The scorched seat, the twisted rope, that unrecognizable form in the driver's seat. Back at the ranger station, I had to file an incident report. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, struggling to find clinical language for what we'd discovered. How do you describe the way charred human remains look without the words sounding either too detached or too graphic? I settled for the bare minimum of detail required, focusing instead on the logistics: time of discovery, personnel involved, actions taken. The phone rang constantly. News outlets catching wind of the story. Local residents concerned about safety. Park administrators demanding updates. I fielded the calls mechanically, my mind still out there in the desert with that ghastly scene. Sheriff Reeves stopped by around sunset, looking tired. "Any ID on the victim?" I asked. He shook his head. "Vehicle was reported stolen 3 days ago from a mall parking lot in Henderson. As for the body..." He paused, choosing his words. "Dental records might help, but it'll take time. Fire did a number on the remains." "Any theories?" "Several, none good." He rubbed his eyes. "Drug deal, maybe. Cartel hit. Or something personal. The effort to transport the victim all the way out here suggests whoever did this wanted privacy and time." The thought made my skin crawl. Someone had meticulously planned this murder, selected our remote corner of the desert as their execution ground. Had they been watching the park, studying our patrol schedules? Did they know about the blind spots in our surveillance? "We'll be increasing patrols," I told him, "and warning visitors." "Good." He handed me his card. "Call if anything else comes up. Anything at all. These kinds of killers sometimes return to the scene." Those words echoed in my head long after he left. Return to the scene. I imagined a shadowy figure lurking among the rocks, watching us process their handiwork, perhaps even now planning their next move. I tried distracting myself with trivial tasks, sorting gear, scribbling meaningless notes on my next shift's to-do list. Nothing helped. Deep down, I knew I wouldn't forget what I saw that day. The desert had always been harsh, but I'd never thought it could be so merciless. And we still had no clue who that poor person was, or why they ended up on that lonely stretch of sand. That night, insomnia took hold. All I could do was stare at the ceiling, replaying the stench of scorched metal and flesh. The hush of onlookers, too, rattled to speak. My mind refused to drift anywhere else. Instead, it clung to the notion that something, or someone, was out there, ready to do it again if they felt like it. For the first time since I started this job, the wide-open desert didn't look like a place of freedom. It felt like a place you go to bury your secrets, the kind that should never see daylight. For 3 days following the discovery, I moved through my duties like a ghost. The burned car scene dominated the local news. Speculation ran wild. Drug cartels, human trafficking, organized crime. The truth was, we had no answers, just questions that multiplied with each passing hour. The victim remained unidentified. Male, according to the preliminary autopsy, between 30 and 40 years old. No matches in the missing persons database so far. A phantom, burned beyond recognition, with no name to grant him dignity even in death. My apartment felt suffocating. Each night I'd lie awake, the ceiling fans spinning lazily overhead, casting elongated shadows that seemed to reach for me like grasping fingers. I'd jolt upright at every creak in the floorboards, every rustling branch against my window. Even with my service weapon in the nightstand drawer, I couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability. Work offered no refuge. The atmosphere at the station had changed. Rangers who once joked easily with each other now spoke in hushed tones. Volunteers called in sick rather than patrol the outer boundaries. Everyone felt it. The violation of our sanctuary. The desert had always harbored dangers, heat stroke, flash floods, venomous creatures, but these were natural hazards we understood and respected. This human evil was something else entirely. On the 4th day, I was scheduled to patrol the eastern sector, including the area near where we'd found the car. I nearly called in sick. The thought of returning made my chest tighten. But something deeper than fear pushed me to go. Perhaps the stubborn belief that surrendering my territory to dread would only give power to whoever had committed that atrocity. The morning was unseasonably cool as I drove out, the horizon painted in soft pinks and golds. Beauty amid horror, the desert's constant contradiction. I stopped at several lookout points, scanning the landscape with binoculars, noting wildlife movements, checking for signs of illegal camping or off-trail driving. Everything seemed normal until I approached the site. Yellow police tape still cordoned off the area, fluttering in the breeze. The burned car was gone, hauled away for further forensic examination, but a large black stain marked where it had stood. Carbon, ash, and oil had soaked into the sand, creating a scar that would likely remain visible for years. I parked a respectful distance away and approached on foot. The wind had shifted the sand, partially covering some of the investigators' footprints, but the area still bore witness to the frantic activity of that day. Evidence markers had been removed, but I could see where they'd been placed. Small depressions in the sand marking where shell casings had been recovered. Standing there, I tried to reconstruct the scene in my mind. The killer, or killers, bringing their bound victim to this isolated spot. The terror the victim must have felt, realizing what was about to happen. Had they begged? Bargained? Or had they faced death with quiet dignity, knowing there was no escape? A sound behind me, the soft crunch of footsteps on sand, made me whirl around, hand instinctively moving to my sidearm. But it was only a desert tortoise, its ancient shell blending with the rocky terrain, moving with surprising speed toward a patch of scrub brush. I exhaled slowly, embarrassed by my jumpiness, yet unable to shake the feeling that I was being watched. I was still reeling from the scorched car and the horrifying discoveries tied to it when we got another call that sent the station into a near panic. Our supervisor, usually the picture of calm, was on the phone, voice tight. A man on the line threatened to end everything, claimed he had a stash of guns. He spat out coordinates that placed him right on the fringe of our territory. I remember standing in the office, radio in hand, waiting to be dispatched. My mind already leaping to dreadful scenarios. Was I about to come across another scene as horrific as that burned-out husk? The cubicle farm chief tried to keep the man on the line, but he was raving about regret. About how he had nowhere else to go. That he wanted the desert to swallow him up. My co-worker Ricardo and I exchanged glances. We both knew we were going out there. Protocol demanded it. No matter how unqualified we felt for a crisis involving a potentially armed individual. We piled into the same dusty truck I'd driven to the charred vehicle days earlier. The sun was glaring overhead, and everything in the desert looked bleached, barren. Ricardo fiddled with the radio, trying to get more updates, but the chatter was fragmented. We heard that another ranger outfit had arrived first, so we sped up, hoping they'd managed to talk the man down. A pit in my stomach warned me the outcome might be far from ideal. As we approached the coordinates, we spotted a couple of trucks from that other agency parked at a crooked angle. One of their rangers stood by, raising a hand in a universal signal that basically said, "Keep your distance." We eased off the gas and rolled to a stop. I could feel a wave of dread pulsing from the group in front of us. I hopped out, scanning the desert for any sign of movement. The other agency's ranger, a woman who looked like she'd barely slept, walked over. Her expression was a mask of grief, as though she'd lived through this nightmare before. She whispered that the man we were looking for had followed through with his threat but hadn't perished instantly. He'd shot himself, then staggered a ways, leaving behind a heartbreaking trail of blood until he finally collapsed. That knowledge hit me like a weight on my chest. While Ricardo stayed back with the truck, I inched forward to where the sand turned darker. Another ranger was kneeling there, shaking his head, radio in hand. I couldn't see the man's body directly, it was behind some rocks, but the hush from everyone present told me I didn't want to. It made me think of the new ranger standing off to the side, hugging her own arms. Word around the station was that she'd lost her husband, a fellow ranger, to the same fate not long ago. And here she was, face to face with another self-inflicted tragedy. The parallels must have cut her deeper than words could describe. Ricardo came up behind me, asked if we should offer help, do anything at all. The other outfit's lead ranger shook her head. She said they had it under control, though her tired eyes suggested otherwise. They told us to leave so we wouldn't be buried in endless paperwork. Officially, it was a matter for local law enforcement to finalize. We lingered, unsure of our place. Ultimately, we retreated back to our truck, guilt and sadness trailing behind us. Driving away felt surreal. The interior of the truck was baking from the sun, but I was shivering inside, grappling with the idea that these desert parks I once loved had turned into a stage for human despair. The further we got from that scene, the more the day's bright sky turned into a punishing glare, as if the desert itself was tired of witnessing such sorrow. I couldn't stop thinking about that blood trail. How far had the man staggered before collapsing? What thoughts had gone through his mind in those final moments? Regret, perhaps? A desperate wish to undo what couldn't be undone? "You okay?" Ricardo asked as we drove back, his voice cutting through my dark reverie. I nodded automatically, but the truth was far from it. 2 deaths in our jurisdiction within a week. One, a brutal murder. The other, a suicide. Both violent ends in the vast emptiness of the desert. Both scenes that would be forever imprinted in my memory. Think there's a connection? Ricardo voiced the question hovering in my thoughts. Between the suicide and the murder? Doubtful, I replied. But uncertainty gnawed at me. The timing seemed too coincidental. 2 desperate acts in such proximity. Maybe, Ricardo persisted. The suicide guy knew something about the murder. Maybe he was involved and couldn't live with it. Pure speculation, I said. But the theory planted itself in my mind. What if he was right? What if the man who took his own life had been part of whatever happened at that burned car? A witness? An accomplice consumed by guilt? Back at the station, the combination of the burned car and the terrible discovery weighed on the mood. It was as if the walls themselves had absorbed the grimness. I heard hushed conversations in the hall, people whispering about how the desert had always attracted wanderers, how some folks came here for a spiritual rebirth while others sought an escape. Unable to take the tension, I decided to do something drastic. After my shift, I drove out to one of our closed parks for some midnight stargazing. I figured maybe solitude and a sky full of meteors could help me remember the desert's beauty, give me a reason to breathe easier. And for some odd reason, I packed my banjo. I'm no musician, but strumming a few off-key chords had a calming effect I needed. Under the cover of darkness, I navigated the winding roads leading to a park that had been closed to the public for the off-season. 30 miles of emptiness stretched behind me, not a single car light in sight. I pulled up to a rusted picnic table near the border of a dried-up wash, the overhead firmament ablaze with more stars than I'd seen in years. I climbed onto the table, banjo resting awkwardly in my lap. Each chord I played sounded tinny in the open space, and a breeze carried the notes away, scattering them across the desert. At first I found a small measure of peace in that rhythm. Plunk, plunk, squeak, a laugh at my own poor skills. Then my imagination flared. Images of charred rope, bullet holes, and that empty-eyed ranger discovering another unspeakable scene. Doubts crowded my head. This place suddenly felt like a proving ground for every dark possibility. I glanced at the horizon, wondering if a stranger with bad intentions lurked out there, hidden in the shadows. Memories of the haunted site flickered through my mind. Why had I chosen to be alone yet again? Where night could hide anything or anyone. A noise shattered my thoughts. Quick, muffled sounds in the brush, accompanied by what almost resembled whispers. My chest felt tight and I paused, banjo strings still vibrating from the last chord. Something or someone was moving in the darkness, not even trying to be subtle. My eyes struggled to focus, scanning the shrubs for a shape, human, animal, or worse. Those high-pitched murmurs drew nearer, punctuated by rustling leaves. I braced for some twisted confrontation. Maybe it was a group of drifters or local troublemakers who'd come upon me by chance. My pulse hammered, and every nerve wanted me to dash back to the truck. Suddenly, 3 coyotes burst from the undergrowth. They yipped and scampered like they owned the place, giving me barely a passing glance as they streaked by. My heart nearly jumped out of my throat in that moment, a bizarre mix of shock and relief. When their dark silhouettes merged with the distant night, I stood there blinking, banjo clutched in a trembling grip. I couldn't help chuckling at my own paranoia, but a heavier realization sank in. These desert creatures roamed confidently, oblivious to my presence and the nightmares people bring. They weren't weighed down by haunted campsites or heartbreak in the sand. This place was theirs. The moonlight cast everything in silver and shadow, transforming the familiar landscape into something alien. I set the banjo aside and lay back on the picnic table, looking up at the vast dome of stars. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a ribbon of spilled mercury. Under different circumstances, I would have found it breathtaking. Now, it only emphasized how insignificant and vulnerable I was, a speck of consciousness in an indifferent universe. A shooting star streaked across the heavens, its brief brilliance leaving an afterimage on my retinas. I'd always considered such sights good omens, but tonight it seemed more like a warning. Everything burns out eventually. Everything returns to darkness. The temperature was dropping rapidly, as it always does in the desert at night. I pulled my jacket tighter, but the chill seemed to seep directly into my bones. Not just from the cold, but from the growing certainty that something fundamental had changed in my relationship with this place. For years, I'd found solace in the desert's vastness, its ancient silences, its harsh beauty. Now those same qualities seemed threatening. The vastness meant nowhere to hide. The silence meant no one would hear a cry for help. The beauty was merely a mask concealing indifference to human suffering. I sat up abruptly, seized by the irrational certainty that I was being watched. The coyotes had long since disappeared, but something else seemed to lurk just beyond the reach of my vision. I scanned the darkness, straining to distinguish natural shapes from potential threats. Was that movement among the distant boulders? A shadow that shifted when it shouldn't have? My hand moved to the sidearm I'd brought with me, against regulations for off-duty rangers, but a precaution I couldn't forego after what I'd witnessed. The weight of it was reassuring, though I hoped desperately I wouldn't need to use it. "Get a grip," I muttered aloud, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. "There's nothing out there." But I couldn't convince myself. Every rustle of wind through the creosote bushes, every distant howl of a coyote, every creak of the cooling earth seemed loaded with menace. The desert that had once been my sanctuary had become a place of dread. And I put the banjo away, the final notes of my attempt at stargazing fading into memory. Driving back, I kept hearing those coyotes in my head, their wild, carefree calls echoing across the dunes, a stark contrast to the human tragedies we'd witnessed. Looking at the vacant road ahead, illuminated by my weak headlights, the desert didn't seem lifeless anymore. It was alive in a raw, indifferent way, capable of hosting scenes of cruelty, sadness, and awe. But the fear clung to me nonetheless, reminding me that while the coyotes found freedom out here, I was the one haunted by what we'd seen. No matter how many shooting stars lit the sky, or how many chords I strummed, I couldn't outrun that uneasy feeling that more trouble could be lurking just beyond the next stretch of desert. The next morning brought news. Sheriff Reeves called me directly, his voice grave but with an undercurrent of excitement that suggested a breakthrough. "We've identified your burn victim," he said without preamble. "Got a hit on the dental records. Name was Anthony Walsh, 37, small-time accountant from Las Vegas with gambling debts. And here's where it gets interesting. He was a bookkeeper for some local businesses, including a couple that we've long suspected of being fronts for money laundering." My pulse quickened. So this was a mob hit? Looks that way. Walsh skimmed some cash, tried to pay down his debts. Wrong move. I processed this, remembering the scorched car, the melted rope. And the suicide? Any connection? A pause on the line. Now that's the real kicker. The suicide victim? William Dunn, 42. Guess what he did for a living? Don't tell me. Another accountant? Private investigator, had an office in Henderson, and according to his phone records, Walsh called him 3 times in the week before his death. The pieces clicked together in my mind with sickening clarity. Walsh knew he was in trouble, hired Dunn to help him. That's our working theory. Dunn was looking into whoever Walsh had crossed. Got too close. And they made him watch what happened to Walsh. I whispered, the horror of it washing over me. then let him go, knowing he couldn't live with what he'd seen. Or knowing he'd do their job for them, Reeves said grimly. Either way, they wanted to send a message. Don't mess with their operation. Have you identified the businesses Walsh worked for? Working on it. But these people are careful. Layers of shell companies, offshore accounts. It'll take time. After we hung up, I sat at my desk, trying to wrap my mind around what I'd learned. The desert hadn't randomly been chosen as a dumping ground for unrelated tragedies. It had been deliberately selected as a stage for intimidation and punishment. Our peaceful park had become entangled in something dark and dangerous that stretched far beyond its boundaries. I wondered if it was over. Had the message been sent clearly enough? Or would there be more bodies, more scenes of horror awaiting discovery among the sand and stone? The thought sent a shudder through me. I'd always known that human darkness existed, but somehow I'd convinced myself that the desert's vastness offered a kind of protection, a buffer against the worst aspects of civilization. Now I understood that was an illusion. The desert didn't care. It accepted whatever was offered, beauty or brutality, with the same impassive silence. 2 weeks passed. No new bodies were discovered. No burned cars or trails of blood in the sand. Life at the ranger station gradually returned to something resembling normalcy. The yellow police tape was removed from the crime scenes. Visitors came and went, blissfully unaware of the darkness that had briefly touched this place. But I was changed. Each patrol felt different now. I found myself scanning the horizon not just for stranded hikers or illegal campsites, but for signs of violence, for threats lurking among the cacti and tumbleweeds. My radio was never far from reach. My sidearm always loaded. Sheriff Reeves called periodically with updates. 3 arrests had been made in connection with Walsh's murder. Low-level enforcers for a loan shark operation with ties to larger criminal enterprises. The accountant's stolen files had been recovered, providing evidence of money laundering on a scale that surprised even veteran investigators. The case against the organization was building, though the top figures remained elusive. Small comfort, but comfort nonetheless. At least Walsh's death had meaning now. At least Dunn's final act of despair had contributed to some measure of justice. On my days off, I found myself drawn back to the desert, not to the scene of the crimes, but to other untouched corners of the park. I'd sit among the ancient rocks, watching the light change as the sun traversed the sky, listening to the wind whisper secrets in a language I couldn't quite grasp. Slowly, gradually, I began to make peace with what had happened. The desert hadn't betrayed me. It had simply revealed more of itself than I had been prepared to see. Its beauty and its harshness were 2 sides of the same coin, inseparable and eternal. One evening, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, painting the landscape in hues of amber and gold, I returned to the picnic table where I'd sat with my banjo that night of terror and revelation. This time, I brought no instrument, no false hopes of finding easy comfort in music or starlight. I simply sat in silence, watching as shadows lengthened across the sand, feeling the day's heat radiating upward from the earth. A hawk circled lazily overhead, riding thermal currents, its eyes doubtless scanning for the movement of prey among the scattered vegetation. In the distance, a dust devil spun briefly into existence, whirling madly for a few seconds before dissipating as quickly as it had formed. The desert was full of such ephemeral moments, brief dramas that played out whether human eyes witnessed them or not. I thought about Walsh and Dunn, their lives now reduced to case numbers and court proceedings. The desert had absorbed the violence of their ends, as it had absorbed countless other human tragedies throughout its long existence. Yet it remained fundamentally unchanged, neither sanctified nor tainted by what had transpired. And perhaps that was the most terrifying truth of all. Not that evil lurked in these remote places, but that the universe accommodated both beauty and horror with the same cosmic indifference. The stars would continue to shine. The coyotes would continue to hunt. The wind would continue to sculpt the sand. and humans would continue to bring their best and worst impulses to this unforgiving landscape. As darkness fell and the first stars appeared overhead, I made my way back to my truck. The fear hadn't entirely left me, I doubted it ever would, but it had transformed into something more like respect, a clear-eyed acknowledgement of both the desert's wonders and its dangers. The key turned in the ignition, and headlights carved a narrow path through the gathering night. I drove slowly, mindful of the creatures that might cross my path, aware that beyond the reach of my lights, the desert continued infinitely in all directions, harboring secrets I might never fully comprehend. And for now, that incomplete understanding would have to be enough. The drive to Big Bear on June 26th was supposed to be our escape from the mundane rhythms of city life. James, my boyfriend of 3 years, had suggested the trip after weeks of both of us working overtime at our respective jobs. The cabin belonged to a colleague of his who rented it out during the summer months. "It'll be perfect," James had promised as we packed the car that morning. "Just what we need to reset." William and Rebecca joined us for the 3-hour journey from Los Angeles, their presence a welcome addition to our weekend plans. William and James had been friends since college, bonding over shared interests in outdoor activities and fitness. Rebecca, with her quick wit and adventure-seeking personality, complemented William perfectly. As we ascended the winding mountain roads, I rolled down the window, letting the increasingly crisp air fill the vehicle. The scent of pine grew stronger with each mile, gradually replacing the smog-laden atmosphere of the city. Cell reception began to falter as we climbed higher, our phones desperately searching for signals that became increasingly scarce. "That's the whole point," James said, noticing my frustrated glance at my phone. "We're disconnecting for the weekend." The cabin appeared after a final turn down an unmarked dirt road. It stood alone among tall pines, a 2-story wooden structure that seemed to emerge organically from its surroundings. The nearest neighbor, according to James's colleague, was over a mile away. "Isolated paradise," William remarked as we stepped out of the car. The air was noticeably cooler here, and the silence was profound, interrupted only by the occasional rustling of leaves and distant bird calls. The interior of the cabin exceeded my expectations. Rustic but comfortable, with large windows that invited the forest in while maintaining a barrier against the wilderness. 2 bedrooms occupied the upper floor, while a pull-out couch downstairs would accommodate David, who planned to join us the following day. As we unpacked and settled in, I couldn't shake a persistent feeling of being observed. Several times I glanced toward the windows, half expecting to see someone, or something, staring back at me. Each time I saw only my own reflection superimposed on the darkening forest beyond. "Everything okay?" James asked, noticing my unease. "Just adjusting," I replied, not wanting to admit the irrational anxiety building within me. I had always been the anxious one in our relationship, prone to catastrophizing while James remained the steadfast voice of reason. That evening, we prepared dinner together in the modest kitchen, opened a bottle of wine, and played board games by the fireplace. The cabin's remoteness felt charming then, romantic even, as we laughed and enjoyed each other's company. When night fully descended, however, the darkness outside was absolute. The cabin windows transformed into black mirrors, reflecting our activities back at us while concealing whatever might be lurking beyond. I awoke on the first full day to sunlight streaming through partially drawn curtains. The forest appeared benign in daylight, vibrant green and alive with natural sounds. My unease from the previous evening seemed foolish in the morning light. After breakfast, we explored the surroundings, following a narrow hiking trail that wound through the dense woodland. James and William led the way, discussing plans to grill for dinner, and perhaps try fishing at a nearby lake the following day. Rebecca walked alongside me, occasionally stopping to photograph particularly striking vistas or unusual plant specimens. "Have you ever been to Big Bear before?" she asked as we paused to rest on a fallen log. "No," I admitted. I'm more of a city person, to be honest. I can tell, she said with a gentle smile. You seem tense, like you're waiting for something to happen. I sighed, embarrassed by my transparency. I don't know what it is. Something about being so isolated makes me uneasy. Rebecca nodded. It's natural. We're not used to this kind of silence anymore. Our brains fill the void with anxieties. Her explanation made sense, and I tried to embrace it as we continued our hike. Yet the feeling persisted, an intuition that we were temporary visitors in a place that didn't welcome our presence. Upon returning to the cabin, we received a text from David indicating he would arrive around 7 p.m. The message came through despite poor reception, disappearing and reappearing as our phones struggled to maintain a connection. As dusk approached, we gathered on the cabin's small deck. James grilled burgers while William opened beers. The conversation flowed easily, but I found myself increasingly distracted by the darkening woods. Twice I thought I saw movement among the trees, a shifting shadow that didn't align with the breeze-rustled branches. Did you see that? I asked Rebecca, keeping my voice low. See what? Never mind, I said quickly, not wanting to fuel my own paranoia. David arrived as promised, his headlights cutting through the darkness as his car navigated the narrow access road. His arrival brought a fresh energy to our group, new stories, jokes, and perspectives that temporarily dispelled my growing discomfort. After showing David where he would sleep and integrating him into our small party, we gathered in the living room. Someone suggested ghost stories, an idea that would normally heighten my anxiety. Strangely, I found comfort in the structured fear of fictional tales, preferring them to the formless dread that had been building within me since our arrival. William, an accomplished storyteller, delivered a particularly effective tale about hunters who became lost in unfamiliar woods, pursued by an unseen predator that mimicked human voices. As he concluded his story, a distant howl echoed through the real forest surrounding us. Coyotes, James explained, noticing my startled expression. They're common up here. They sound closer than they actually are, David added reassuringly. We stayed up too late, compensating for our unease with additional drinks and increasingly ridiculous conversations. By the time we headed to bed, James and I in one upstairs bedroom, William and Rebecca in the other, David on the couch below, my fatigue had temporarily overcome my anxiety. I don't know exactly what time it was when I first stirred from sleep. The digital clock on the nightstand showed no numbers, a power fluctuation perhaps. James slept soundly beside me, his breathing deep and regular. Something had woken me, but I couldn't identify what. Then I heard it, a faint scratching sound from downstairs. Probably David adjusting his sleeping arrangement, I reasoned. But the sound continued, rhythmic and persistent. Not inside the cabin, I realized with growing alarm, but outside. Something, or someone, was moving around the exterior of our temporary home. I nudged James, who groaned and rolled over without waking. The scratching stopped momentarily, then resumed with a slightly different quality, as if whatever was causing it had moved to another section of the cabin's exterior. Rising carefully from bed, I approached the window. Our bedroom overlooked the front of the property and the dirt road that had brought us here. Moonlight provided minimal illumination, enough to distinguish shapes but not details. I stared into the darkness, squinting to make sense of the shadows. The forest appeared still, yet I couldn't shake the sensation of an active presence. Behind me, James continued to sleep undisturbed. I envied his ability to remain oblivious to the subtle wrongness that seemed so evident to me. A sharp crack, like a branch breaking underfoot, came from directly below our window. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. Another crack followed, then silence that stretched painfully. Just as I convinced myself it was merely a nocturnal animal, a beam of light swept across the tree line. A flashlight, unmistakably human in its deliberate movement. I retreated from the window and shook James more forcefully. "James," I whispered urgently, "there's someone outside." He blinked awake slowly, confusion evident in his expression. What time is it? I don't know. The power must have flickered. But I saw a flashlight outside. James sat up, instantly more alert. Are you sure it wasn't just David? Why would David be outside in the middle of the night? James considered this, then rose from bed and joined me at the window. We stood together, scanning the darkness. The light I had seen was gone, the forest once again still and seemingly empty. I don't see anything, James said after a minute. Maybe it was just the moonlight reflecting off something. I wanted to believe him, but the certainty of what I'd witnessed remained. No, it was a flashlight. Someone's out there. James sighed, running a hand through his sleep-tousled hair. Okay, I'll go check around. It's probably nothing, but I'll make sure. Don't go outside, I pleaded, gripping his arm. I won't. I'll just check the doors and windows, make sure everything's secure. I followed him downstairs, unwilling to remain alone. David was asleep on the couch, one arm hanging off the edge, his face peaceful. James moved quietly around the cabin's perimeter, checking locks and peering through windows. I stayed close behind, jumping at every creak of the old wood structure. Everything's locked up tight, James concluded after completing his inspection. No signs of anyone trying to get in. But the flashlight? Could have been a hiker who got lost. Or maybe someone from a nearby cabin. Or just your imagination playing tricks. We're all a little on edge out here. I knew he was trying to be reasonable, to talk me down from my mounting fear. Part of me resented his dismissal of my concerns, but another part desperately wanted him to be right. Let's go back to bed, James suggested gently. Everything's fine. I nodded, unconvinced but unwilling to argue further. As we returned upstairs, I cast one final glance at the darkened windows, half expecting to see a face staring back at me. The glass reflected only the interior of the cabin, but the sensation of being watched persisted, following me back to our bedroom like an unwelcome shadow. The next day passed with forced normalcy. I didn't mention the night's disturbance to the others, not wanting to spoil the carefree atmosphere they were enjoying. James had already dismissed my concerns, and I feared the others would react similarly, with polite skepticism that would only heighten my sense of isolation. We spent most of the day at a nearby lake, where William and David attempted fishing while Rebecca and I sunbathed on the rocky shore. James alternated between joining the fishing expedition and swimming in the clear, cold water. The ordinary pleasures of the day provided a temporary reprieve from my anxiety. As we returned to the cabin in late afternoon, however, I noticed something that reignited my unease. Near the edge of the clearing where the cabin stood, the undergrowth appeared trampled, as if someone had recently moved through it. When I pointed this out to James, he attributed it to deer or other wildlife. Animals follow the same paths repeatedly, he explained. It's probably just a game trail. I accepted his explanation outwardly, while inwardly noting that the disturbed vegetation formed a rough semicircle around the cabin, not the linear path an animal would typically create. The evening progressed pleasantly enough. We grilled the fish William and David had caught, supplemented with provisions we'd brought from the city. Conversation flowed easily, but I noticed David seemed distracted, frequently glancing toward the woods as darkness descended. Around 11, the others decided to play cards. I begged off, claiming fatigue, and retreated upstairs to read in bed. In truth, I wanted solitude to process my persistent sense of dread. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, James was shaking me awake. His expression was tense, his voice low. David saw something outside, he said without preamble. I sat up immediately, my heart rate accelerating. What did he see? He says he saw shadows moving in the woods and heard noises outside. The motion sensor light came on. A cold feeling spread through my chest. I told you I saw someone last night. James's expression tightened. Let's not jump to conclusions. It could be. A frantic knocking interrupted him. David's voice came through the door, pitched higher than normal. "Guys, you need to see this." We followed David to William and Rebecca's room, where a sliding glass door opened onto a small balcony overlooking the back of the property. William stood at the edge of the balcony, peering into the darkness, while Rebecca remained inside, her face pale. "There's definitely someone out there," William said as we joined him. "I caught a glimpse of movement near that big pine." James moved forward, scanning the tree line. I stayed back, fear paralyzing me momentarily. Then James did something that shocked everyone. He gasped and stumbled backward. "Oh my God," he exclaimed, his voice breaking. James, my unflappable rock of a boyfriend, a 180-pound CrossFit coach who approached life's challenges with unwavering confidence, looked genuinely terrified. In that moment, my fear crystallized into something solid and undeniable. "What is it?" William demanded. James swallowed visibly. "There's a man standing out there, just standing and staring at the cabin." "Where?" David pressed, moving cautiously toward the balcony's edge. "By that cluster of pines to the left," James whispered. "Don't make any sudden movements." We all looked in the direction he indicated. At first I saw nothing but darkness punctuated by vague tree shapes. Then, as my eyes adjusted, a darker silhouette emerged, unmistakably human in form, unnaturally still, positioned between two tall pines approximately 50 yards from the cabin. "Go lock the door," James instructed me quietly. I backed away slowly, then turned and rushed to secure the sliding glass door. My hands trembled so violently that I struggled with the lock mechanism. "Is he still there?" Rebecca whispered. William nodded grimly. "Hasn't moved an inch." "What do we do?" David asked, his earlier panic now replaced with a strange calmness. "We stay together," James decided. "In one room where we can keep watch and be ready if anything happens." No one questioned this plan. We gathered in William and Rebecca's room, the largest of the bedrooms, and positioned ourselves to monitor the balcony door while staying out of sight from outside. William had the presence of mind to bring his hunting knife, the only weapon available to us. For 30 agonizing minutes we maintained our vigil. The figure remained motionless, a sentinel whose purpose we could only guess at with increasing dread. The heat in the room became oppressive as 5 bodies generated warmth in the confined space. Sweat beaded on my forehead and trickled down my back, yet opening a window was unthinkable. The fear in the room was tangible, though it manifested differently in each of us. Rebecca sat rigid on the bed, her gaze fixed on the balcony door. William paced in small, constrained movements. David had positioned himself against the wall farthest from the windows, his breathing deliberately measured. James alternated between checking the balcony and comforting me with reassuring touches. I found myself growing increasingly frustrated with the situation, with our vulnerability, with the unknown intentions of our observer, and with my own paralyzing fear. "I can't see him anymore," James finally announced after another careful survey of the tree line. "Are you sure?" William asked, joining him at the edge of the curtain. "The spot where he was standing is empty now." A new fear gripped me. The watcher had moved, but to where? The possibilities seemed more terrifying than his stationary presence had been. "Maybe he left," Rebecca suggested, her voice betraying her disbelief in her own words. The tension had become unbearable. "I can't stay in this room anymore," I declared, standing abruptly. "It's too hot, and we're just sitting here waiting for something to happen." James looked concerned. "We should stay together. Then come with me, but I need to get out of this room." After a brief discussion, James and I returned to our bedroom, with promises to shout if we noticed anything suspicious. The others remained together, taking comfort in their numbers. Back in our room, James tried to lighten the mood. "At least we know you weren't imagining things last night," he offered with a weak smile. "That's not particularly comforting," I replied, but I appreciated his attempt. Though still frightened, exhaustion began to overcome my anxiety. It was nearly 1:30 a.m., and the stress of the situation had drained me completely. James suggested we try to sleep with the lights on, and I agreed, though I doubted sleep would come easily. I must have dozed off despite my fears because the sound that woke me was startlingly loud in the quiet room, a distinct thud from somewhere outside or below us. I sat up immediately, my heart pounding. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to James, who was already alert beside me. Before he could answer, the room plunged into darkness as the power failed. The sudden absence of light was absolute. No ambient glow from outside, no faint illumination from electronics. Just complete, enveloping blackness. A sob escaped me before I could suppress it. Blind in the darkness, I attempted to stand, tangling myself in the bedsheets and tumbling to the floor. James's hands found me, lifting me as I trembled uncontrollably. "It's okay," he whispered, though his voice lacked conviction. "It's probably just a power outage." "He cut the power," I insisted, certainty flooding me. "He's coming in." James didn't argue. Instead, he fumbled for his phone, activating its flashlight function. The narrow beam provided minimal comfort as it cast long, distorted shadows across the unfamiliar room. "We need to get to the others," James decided. We moved cautiously into the hallway, where we could hear agitated voices from William and Rebecca's room. David appeared from downstairs, his own phone providing a circle of light. "Power's out everywhere," he reported tensely. "I checked the breaker panel. It's not something inside the cabin." The five of us regrouped in the largest bedroom, our phone lights creating overlapping pools of illumination. The darkness outside seemed to press against the windows with physical weight, and every creak of the cabin's structure triggered a fresh surge of adrenaline. "I'll try calling the property manager," William suggested, but his attempt was futile. "No service," he reported grimly. We all checked our phones, confirming the absence of signal. Only David's device, using a different carrier, showed a single bar of reception, intermittent but present. "Try emergency services," Rebecca urged. David dialed 911, his hand visibly shaking. The call connected, then dropped. He tried again, this time reaching a dispatcher long enough to report our situation and location before losing the connection. "They're sending someone," he informed us, "but it could be a while. We're pretty remote." "Did you tell them about the man watching the house?" I asked urgently. David nodded. "They're treating it as a suspicious activity call." The waiting that followed was excruciating. Every sound, real or imagined, triggered a collective tension. We took turns watching at the windows, though the darkness outside revealed nothing. The cabin had transformed from a retreat into a trap, its windows now potential entry points for the unseen threat lurking in the forest. "We need a plan if someone tries to get in," William said quietly. No one responded immediately. The stark reality of our situation, 5 unarmed individuals in an isolated location with unreliable communication, rendered strategic planning nearly impossible. "We barricade the doors," James finally suggested. "Use the furniture, and if anyone does get in, we go out the balcony door and into the woods." "Into the woods?" I repeated incredulously. "Where he is." "Better than being cornered inside," James reasoned. "At least we'd have a chance to run." The logic was sound, but cold comfort. The forest that had seemed merely ominous before now loomed as a vast, dark labyrinth potentially harboring multiple threats. Time crawled forward with excruciating slowness. Our phone batteries gradually depleted as we used them for light, forcing us to conserve power by keeping only 1 or 2 active at any time. The reduced illumination heightened our sense of vulnerability. David attempted to contact emergency services again, but couldn't re-establish a connection. Whether the authorities were en route remained uncertain, and doubt grew with each passing minute. "It's been over an hour," Rebecca noted, checking her watch. "Shouldn't someone have arrived by now?" No one had a reassuring answer. The remoteness of our location, combined with the late hour and possible skepticism about the nature of our emergency, might have placed us low on the response priority list. A new sound startled us, a distinct scratching at the downstairs door. Not the random noises of a structure settling, but deliberate, persistent scraping. "He's trying to get in," I whispered, my throat constricting with terror. James and William exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. "We need to check," James said, his voice steadier than I expected. "I'll go with you," William volunteered, gripping his hunting knife. "No," Rebecca interjected. "Don't separate. If you're going down, we all go." Her logic was irrefutable. Together, we cautiously descended the stairs, David's phone providing our only light. The scratching had stopped, but an atmosphere of wrongness permeated the lower level of the cabin. James approached the front door slowly, William close behind him. The rest of us hung back, poised for flight if necessary. James peered through the peephole, then stepped back. "I can't see anything," he reported. "It's too dark." "Try the window," David suggested. James moved to the nearest window and carefully pulled back the edge of the curtain. He stared out for several seconds before letting the fabric fall back into place. "Nothing visible," he said. "But the scratching definitely came from the door." "Could it have been an animal?" Rebecca asked hopefully. "Possibly," James conceded, though his tone suggested otherwise. We conducted a careful inspection of the ground floor, checking that all entry points remained secure. Nothing had been breached, yet the sense of imminent threat hadn't diminished. As we completed our circuit of the lower level, a new sound emerged from outside, a low, rhythmic thumping that seemed to circle the cabin's perimeter. Not footsteps exactly, but a deliberate percussion that suggested methodical movement. "What is that?" David whispered, his composure finally cracking. None of us answered. The sound continued its circuit, pausing occasionally before resuming. It completed what seemed to be a full circle around the cabin, then stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise, anticipatory and loaded with potential. We stood frozen in the darkened living room, straining to hear any indication of what might come next. Without warning, a tremendous crash came from upstairs, glass shattering with violent force. Rebecca screamed, and we instinctively huddled together. "The balcony door," William realized aloud. Footsteps sounded above us, heavy and unhurried. Someone was in the cabin. "Out the front door," James commanded, his voice a harsh whisper. "Now!" William rushed to unlock the front door, fumbling with unfamiliar mechanisms in the near darkness. The footsteps above began descending the stairs. Just as William succeeded in releasing the lock, the power returned. Lights blazed throughout the cabin, momentarily blinding us with their sudden intensity. The footsteps on the stairs stopped. When my vision cleared, I looked toward the staircase, certain we would finally confront our tormentor. But the stairs were empty. The house had fallen completely silent. "What the hell?" David breathed. James moved cautiously toward the staircase, gesturing for the rest of us to stay back. He ascended slowly, William following after a moment's hesitation. We waited in agonizing suspense for what seemed an eternity before they returned, expressions bewildered. "There's no one up there," James reported. "The balcony door is intact. Nothing's disturbed." "But we all heard it," I insisted. "The glass breaking, the footsteps." "I know," James acknowledged. "I heard it too. But there's no evidence of anyone being up there." This impossibility shook me more profoundly than any confirmed intrusion might have. Had we collectively hallucinated? Was extreme fear distorting our perceptions? Or was something happening that defied rational explanation? The return of electricity should have been reassuring, but instead introduced a new layer of unease. Why had the power failed? And why had it returned now? The timing seemed calculated rather than coincidental. "Let's check outside," William suggested, "now that we have light." "No," I protested. "That's exactly what he wants, to draw us out." "Who?" Rebecca demanded, her voice shrill with strain. "Who is doing this? And why?" None of us had answers, only theories grown increasingly paranoid with each passing hour. Was it locals harassing tourists? A disturbed individual fixated on the cabin or its occupants? Someone with a specific grievance against one of us? Whatever the explanation, the pattern was clear. Our tormentor was escalating, moving from observation to active psychological warfare. Dawn arrived without further incident, though none of us had slept. We had maintained a rotating watch through the remaining hours of darkness, jumping at every natural sound of the forest awakening around us. With daylight came a tentative relief. The forest appeared benign once more, showing no signs of the previous night's terror. Birds called, squirrels darted between trees, and gentle sunlight filtered through the canopy. The contrast with our nightmarish experience was jarring. "Maybe we should leave," Rebecca suggested as we gathered in the kitchen, consuming coffee as if it were life-sustaining medicine. "Just pack up and go back to the city." The idea held immediate appeal. Yet practical considerations intruded. We had paid for 3 nights, and the prospect of explaining our early departure to the property owner seemed daunting. How could we articulate what had happened without sounding hysterical? "Let's at least wait for the authorities to show up," James reasoned. "They should be here soon if they're coming at all." "And if they don't come?" I pressed. "Then we leave by noon," he decided. "Regardless." As if summoned by our discussion, the sound of a vehicle approaching came from outside. We moved collectively to the windows, watching as a Forest Service truck pulled into the clearing. 2 uniformed officers emerged, looking far too casual given the urgency of our situation. James went to meet them while the rest of us observed from inside. Through the window I could see James gesturing animatedly, describing our ordeal. The officers listened with professional detachment, occasionally taking notes. After several minutes, one officer circled the cabin while the other continued speaking with James. When they eventually entered the cabin to take statements from all of us, their demeanor remained frustratingly noncommittal. They recorded our accounts, examined the property, and promised to increase patrols in the area. "That's it?" David asked incredulously after they departed. "We were terrorized all night, and all they're going to do is drive by occasionally." "They think we imagined it," William said flatly. "Or exaggerated. You could see it in their faces." He was right. The officers had been polite but skeptical, their questions revealing their underlying assessment. 5 city dwellers spooked by unfamiliar wilderness sounds, possibly influenced by alcohol and horror stories. "We're leaving," I declared, no longer willing to entertain any alternative. "I don't care about the money. I'm not spending another night here." No one argued. We packed with efficiency born of fear, eager to put distance between ourselves and the cabin. As I gathered my belongings, I noticed something that sent a fresh wave of dread through me. A small, nearly imperceptible scratch on the inside of our bedroom window. A deliberate mark that hadn't been there when we arrived. I called James over, pointing wordlessly at the scratch. He examined it closely, his expression darkening. "Let's go," he said simply. "Now." As we loaded our vehicles, I couldn't shake the sensation of being observed. The forest seemed to hold its collective breath, watching our retreat with patient amusement. Before departing, we stopped at a local general store for supplies for the journey home. While the others shopped, I found myself in conversation with the elderly proprietor, a longtime resident of the area. "Leaving early?" he inquired, noting our packed cars outside. "Yes," I replied, hesitating before adding. "We had some strange experiences at our cabin last night." "Which property?" he asked, his tone shifting subtly. I described the location, watching as recognition dawned in his weathered face. "The old riverside cabin," he nodded. "Used to belong to the Whitman family before they sold it." "We lost power last night," I ventured. The owner's colleague told us that was unusual. The man's expression grew guarded. "Power's not always reliable up here in certain locations." But he specifically said outages only happen during snowstorms. The proprietor busied himself with reorganizing items behind the counter. People say all sorts of things to make rentals more appealing. We also saw someone, I pressed, needing validation of our experience. A man watching the cabin from the woods. At this, the proprietor paused, his eyes meeting mine directly for the first time. Folks often think they see things in these woods, especially at night. Plays tricks on the mind. His dismissal mirrored the officer's, yet something in his manner suggested greater knowledge than he was willing to share. Has anyone else reported similar experiences? I asked directly. A long pause followed before he answered. Can't say I've heard anything specific to that property, but these mountains have their share of troubled souls. People come up here to escape things, sometimes themselves. The exchange left me feeling simultaneously vindicated and more disturbed. As we drove away from Big Bear, I watched the forest recede in the side mirror, unable to shake the conviction that our experience had been neither unique nor random, but part of a pattern the locals had tacitly agreed to ignore. 3 months have passed since our abbreviated stay at the Big Bear cabin. On the surface, life has returned to normal. Work routines resumed, social obligations fulfilled, the rhythm of city existence providing a comforting predictability that the wilderness had disrupted. Yet beneath this veneer of normalcy, permanent changes have taken root. I sleep with a light on now, something James has accommodated without complaint. Unexpected sounds at night trigger an immediate adrenaline response that leaves me trembling. The dark holds new terrors, populated by memories of absolute blackness and unknown watchers. James and I researched the cabin and its surroundings after our return, seeking rational explanations for our experience. We found little concrete information, but disturbing patterns emerged in online reviews and local newspaper archives. Vague references to disturbances, unusually high turnover in ownership, and a disproportionate number of rental cancellations. One review, hastily removed but captured in our screenshot, mentioned feeling watched the entire stay and unexplained power issues despite perfect weather. William and Rebecca broke up 2 weeks after our return. The strain of the experience had exposed fault lines in their relationship that couldn't be repaired. David withdrew from our social circle entirely, declining invitations and responding to messages with increasing brevity before ceasing communication altogether. Last week, James received an email from the cabin owner, a generic message sent to all recent guests, explaining that the property was being removed from the rental market due to maintenance issues. The phrasing seemed deliberately vague, corporate language concealing unspecified problems. Sometimes, in the moments before sleep claims me, I find myself back in that darkened cabin, listening to footsteps that leave no traces, watching for a figure whose purpose remains unknown. I wonder what would have happened had we stayed the full 3 nights, what escalation might have followed our second evening of terror. Most disturbing is the persistent question that haunts my quieter moments. Was our tormentor human at all? The officers found no footprints despite the easily impressionable forest floor. The scratching sounds defied natural explanation. The power failure affected only our cabin, yet the utility company confirmed no localized outage had been recorded. I've spoken with a therapist about these experiences, framing them as potential manifestations of anxiety rather than supernatural encounters. The clinical explanation: shared fear generating mass suggestion, isolation amplifying normal environmental sounds, confirmation bias reinforcing our interpretations, offers intellectual comfort, but emotional hollow. The truth, I suspect, lies somewhere in the ambiguous territory between objective reality and subjective perception. Something happened in those woods, something real enough to fracture relationships and alter sleep patterns months later. Yesterday, sorting through photos from the trip that I'd avoided reviewing until now, I noticed something in the background of a group picture taken outside the cabin our first evening. A blurred shape at the forest's edge that could be dismissed as a trick of light or camera malfunction. Yet the longer I stared, the more distinct it appeared. A human silhouette partially obscured by foliage, watching our casual happiness with patient intensity. I deleted the photo immediately, but can't delete the certainty that grew as I examined it. We were never alone at that cabin. From the moment of our arrival, something observed us, testing boundaries, gauging reactions, perhaps even feeding on our escalating fear. Sometimes I wake convinced that I'm being watched in our secure city apartment, 16 floors above the street. In those moments, I resist the urge to check the windows or peer into closets. Instead, I close my eyes and remind myself that whatever waited in those woods remains there, separated from me by miles of civilization and rational light. But in my darkest thoughts, a different possibility emerges, that having found us once, it knows our scent now. That distance offers no protection. That one night, I'll open my eyes to find a familiar silhouette standing at the foot of our bed, patient and still, having completed its journey from forest to city, from nightmare to waking life. I don't think I'll ever go back to Big Bear. But increasingly, I wonder if part of Big Bear has followed me home. The isolation hits you first. Miles from anything resembling civilization, surrounded by ancient pines that sway and whisper secrets in the wind. That's what I remember most about my first days at Blackwater Ridge Station. When the Forest Service transferred me to this remote outpost in the Pacific Northwest, my supervisor handed me a worn topographical map with certain areas marked in red. Missing hikers tend to disappear in these sectors, he said matter-of-factly. Radio signals get scrambled there too. Geological anomalies, probably. I nodded, trying to look unfazed. 6 years as a park ranger had prepared me for most wilderness emergencies, but something about this assignment felt different. The cabin assigned to me had stood for nearly a century, a sturdy testament to forestry's early days. Inside, previous rangers had left their mark, notches on door frames tracking wildlife sightings, Polaroids thumbtacked to corkboards, and a small library of paperbacks. One book caught my eye immediately, an old horror novel called The Watchers of the Dark, with a crude illustration of something tall and shaggy standing between trees on its cover. Previous ranger was obsessed with local legends, my supervisor explained when he caught me examining it. Said he heard things at night. We found him wandering 10 miles off trail, babbling about being watched, psychiatric discharge. I shelved the book, trying to dismiss it as the product of isolation-induced paranoia. Yet that night, as wind rattled the cabin's windows and shadows danced across rough-hewn walls, I found myself returning to it. Inside the front cover, someone had scrawled in jagged handwriting, "They're real. They've always been here. They watch us, not the other way around." That night, I heard the first scream, a sound too structured to be wind, too guttural to be human, yet carrying unmistakable intelligence in its modulation. It echoed across the valley, bouncing between mountain peaks before fading into the darkness. Radio chatter with other stations revealed nothing unusual. "Probably a mountain lion," came the crackled response. "They sound almost human sometimes." But in 15 years of wilderness work, I'd heard mountain lions. This wasn't that. The following morning, I found massive tracks in the mud near the cabin, 18 inches long with 5 distinct toe impressions. Too large for bear, wrong shape for moose. I photographed them before they dissolved in light rain. During my first week, 3 separate hikers reported feeling watched from the tree line. "Something big," one woman insisted, her hands shaking around a mug of the coffee I'd offered. "Standing upright, following us for miles." I filed the reports dutifully but found myself omitting certain details. The unnatural silence that preceded each sighting, the strange twisted patterns discovered in branches afterward, the strong musky odor lingering in areas where nothing appeared to have bedded down. "Heard you got the haunted sector," another ranger joked during my supply run to headquarters. "Sasquatch keeping you company up there?" I laughed it off, but that night, returning to my isolated cabin as darkness fell, I found myself scanning the tree line, suddenly aware of how the forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, just the weight of unseen eyes tracking my movements through the gathering gloom. From somewhere deep in the woods came 3 sharp cracks, like massive tree trunks being struck together with deliberate purpose. A signal, a warning. And despite my training and experience, despite my scientific mind and rational explanations, I found myself walking faster, keys clutched tightly in my fist, unable to shake the feeling that something ancient and territorial had taken notice of the new watcher in its domain. They say the line between skepticism and denial is thinner than we'd like to admit. After 3 weeks at Blackwater Ridge, I was straddling that line daily. The incidents began subtly. Items in my cabin would be slightly rearranged when I returned from patrols. Nothing missing, just shifted. The jerky I'd hung to dry would disappear despite being secured well above bear reach. Strange piles of stones appeared along my regular hiking routes, too deliberate to be natural formations. I rationalized each occurrence. Wind through an open window, forgotten consumption of trail snacks, geological peculiarities. But deep down, a primal part of my brain was connecting dots my rational mind refused to acknowledge. The night everything changed, I was returning from helping a family whose teenage son had twisted his ankle 5 miles from the nearest access road. Standard procedure: stabilize, transport, paperwork. I was exhausted, operating on autopilot as my headlights cut through the mist-shrouded forest road. That's when my truck's electrical system failed completely. One moment I was driving, the next sitting in total darkness on a remote service road with no cell reception. I tried the radio, but only static answered me. A memory surfaced from a Reddit thread I'd once read about mysterious encounters. Electronics failing is the first sign they're close. I dismissed the thought and grabbed my emergency kit. The forest was unnaturally quiet as I popped the hood, flashlight clenched between my teeth. No sign of obvious damage, but the hair on my arm stood on end. That's when I caught it. A scent so pungent and primal it triggered an instinctive fear response, like wet fur mixed with something musky and ancient. Behind me, a branch snapped with the deliberate sound of something large that didn't care about stealth anymore. I turned slowly, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. At the road's edge, just beyond where the light fully reached, stood a massive silhouette. Taller than any man, broader in the shoulders, covered in what appeared to be dark fur. For one breathtaking moment, we regarded each other, human and something decidedly not. The being raised its arm in what might have been a gesture of acknowledgement. My flashlight flickered once, then died. When I frantically slapped it back to life seconds later, the figure was gone. But evidence remained. Pressed into the soft earth at the road's edge were footprints that matched those I'd found near my cabin. Only these were fresher, clearer, undeniably real. I photographed them with shaking hands before my truck's electrical system mysteriously reactivated, headlights blazing to life unprompted. Back at the cabin, I pored over the pictures, comparing them to known wildlife prints. Nothing matched. I found myself returning to the old horror novel, now understanding the previous ranger's obsession. The book contained crude illustrations of footprints identical to those I'd photographed. That night, I awakened to rhythmic thumping against the cabin's exterior walls. Not threatening, but deliberate. Like something communicating. 3 thumps, pause. 3 thumps, pause. When dawn broke, I found freshly killed rabbits placed on my porch steps. Not mutilated or partially consumed. Cleanly killed and carefully arranged. An offering? A warning? Traditional knowledge across cultures suggested both possibilities. I recalled a creepypasta story where a Forest Service worker described finding similar gifts before encountering something in the woods that spoke to him in broken, mimicked human speech. I'd dismissed it as fiction then. I no longer had that luxury. The Forest Service radio crackled to life that morning with reports of lost hikers in Sector 7, precisely where I'd seen the figure the night before. As I gathered my search gear, I knew with cold certainty that I wasn't just looking for missing hikers anymore. I was walking into the territory of something that had already taken notice of me. Something that wanted me to know it was there. The search party assembled at dawn. Myself, 2 volunteer wilderness guides, and a county sheriff's deputy who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. The missing hikers were a pair of college students who'd ventured off-trail to photograph some rock formations. They hadn't checked in at their designated time, and their emergency beacon had activated briefly before going silent. Last signal puts them somewhere in this 5-mile radius, I explained, pointing to the map. I deliberately avoided mentioning it was the same area where I'd encountered the figure the previous night. Some things you keep to yourself if you want to maintain credibility. The area in question was locally known as Devil's Pocket, a densely forested valley between 3 peaks where fog lingered unnaturally and compasses behaved erratically. Old-timers avoided it. Hikers reported disorienting experiences there. The Forest Service officially attributed these phenomena to unusual magnetic properties in the underlying rock formations. We split into teams, maintaining radio contact as we searched. The deputy and 1 guide took the eastern approach while I paired with Marco, a seasoned local guide who'd grown up in these mountains. "You believe the stories about this place?" Marco asked once we were alone on the trail. "What stories?" I replied carefully. "About the Watchers," he said matter-of-factly. "The old people say they've always been here. Territorial, but not malicious unless provoked. Some think they're guardians of some kind." Before I could respond, we came upon a clearing that stopped us both mid-stride. The underbrush had been systematically bent and woven into an enormous circular pattern, like a massive nest or meeting place. At its center sat the students' backpacks, carefully placed but untouched. "I've never seen anything like this," Marco whispered, his previous confidence evaporating. I keyed my radio to alert the others, but static was the only response. Electronic interference, just like my truck the night before. That's when we heard it. A rhythm of knocks echoing through the trees, similar to the pattern on my cabin, but more complex. Answering knocks came from the opposite direction. Then another pattern from somewhere else. We were surrounded by unseen communicators. "They're talking about us," Marco said, his voice barely audible. "My grandfather said they do this." A human scream cut through the knocking, distant but clear. We ran toward it, pushing through dense underbrush that seemed to grab at our clothing. The forest grew darker despite the morning sun, fog materializing around us as if summoned. We found one of the students huddled against a rock face, eyes wide with terror. Her clothes were torn, not from attack but from running blindly through thorny brush. Her friend was still missing. "It was watching us," she stammered as I checked her for injuries. "For hours. Following just out of sight. Then last night it took Jason's camera when he tried to photograph it. We ran in different directions." "What did it look like?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "Tall, covered in dark hair. But the face, almost human but not. It knew what a camera was. It understood." Marco and I exchanged glances. This was beyond any standard search and rescue situation. The knocking resumed, closer now. Deliberate. Directional. "It's telling us where to go," Marco said quietly. "My grandfather said if you respect them, sometimes they'll help you." Every rational part of my training rejected following mysterious signals from an unidentified forest entity. But standard procedures weren't yielding results, and a young man's life hung in the balance. "We follow," I decided, but carefully. The knocking led us along a game trail invisible to casual observation. After nearly a mile, we found the second student, unconscious but alive, carefully placed on a bed of moss beneath a rock overhang that sheltered him from the elements. His camera was missing, but around his wrist was a crude bracelet of woven plant fibers that hadn't been there when he entered the forest. As we administered first aid, I caught movement at the tree line. Just a flicker, but unmistakable. Something massive shifted behind a distant pine, observing our care for the injured hiker. I raised my hand slowly in the same gesture the creature had used toward me the previous night. The forest fell silent. Then 3 deliberate knocks answered from the shadows. We evacuated both hikers successfully, fabricating a story about them becoming disoriented in fog to explain their experiences. The official report mentioned nothing about 18-inch footprints found near the rescue site, nor the strange woven structures discovered throughout the search area. That night, alone in my cabin, I placed a small offering of fruit and jerky on my porch steps. By morning, it was gone, replaced with a twisted arrangement of branches that bore remarkable similarity to the symbol on the cover of The Watchers of the Dark, the book I was now reading with new understanding. After the rescue, I couldn't ignore what was happening anymore. I took a week of accumulated leave and drove to the nearest university library, where I immersed myself in research. Newspaper archives, anthropological journals, indigenous oral histories, anything that might shed light on what I was experiencing at Blackwater Ridge. What I found was both reassuring and terrifying. Reports of encounters similar to mine stretched back centuries, documented across cultures with remarkable consistency. The Patterson-Gimlin film was just the tip of an evidential iceberg. Beneath it lay thousands of eyewitness accounts, many from people like me with scientific training and wilderness experience. Most compelling were the journals of Timothy McAllister, a forest ranger stationed at Blackwater in 1932. His detailed observations described a complex society of bipedal, non-human primates living in the deeper wilderness areas. He documented gift exchanges, territorial displays, and even rudimentary communication through knocks and whistles. The university's anthropology department yielded another treasure: recordings of an elder from the region's indigenous tribe describing the Tall Ones as ancient guardians of sacred places within the forest. They remember when our ancestors first came, the elder explained. They watch, they judge, they remain hidden because they choose to, not because they must. In one account from a 1970s Forest Service report marked internal use only, a ranger described finding elaborate structures deep in the woods, stick formations that seemed to mark territories and communication points. I'd seen identical structures during the search for the missing hikers. Most rangers reporting these encounters were either ignored, ridiculed, or quietly transferred. Many, like my predecessor, eventually suffered psychological breakdowns, not from their experiences, but from the institutional refusal to acknowledge what they'd witnessed. I found a Reddit forum where park rangers, hunters, and Forest Service workers anonymously shared their experiences. One account chilled me particularly. After 3 years of interactions, they began to recognize me. I could feel the difference. They'd leave small objects near my cabin, unusual stones, twisted branches, and impossible configurations. One morning I found a perfect imprint of a massive hand pressed into clay beside my water pump. 5 fingers. Opposable thumb. But halfway between human and something else. That night they vocalized for the first time outside my window. Not animal sounds, attempts at speech. They're learning from us while we refuse to learn about them. Armed with this research, I returned to Blackwater with a new perspective. I wasn't dealing with a paranormal phenomenon or a cryptid from horror stories. These were intelligent, flesh and blood beings that had evolved alongside humans, but chosen isolation over integration. That night, I sat on my cabin porch and tried something unprecedented. I knocked on the wooden railing 3 times, paused 3 times, mimicking the pattern I'd heard in the forest. The silence that followed was expectant rather than empty. From the darkness beyond my porch light came an answering pattern. 3 knocks, then 2, then 4. A correction? An expansion of the vocabulary? I repeated their pattern. 3, 2, 4. Something moved at the forest edge, a massive shadow detaching from the greater darkness. Steam clouded the cool night air as it breathed. I could make out the silhouette clearly now, over 7 feet tall, broad-shouldered, covered in dark fur, standing fully upright with unmistakable intelligence in its posture. We regarded each other across 30 yards of clearing, neither advancing nor retreating. For the first time, I didn't feel fear, only a profound sense of privilege. I was experiencing what naturalists throughout history had sought: contact with an intelligent species that shared our world but existed beyond our understanding. The being raised its hand in that now familiar gesture. I returned it. Then it melted back into the forest as silently as it had appeared. Inside my cabin, I found the horror novel open to a page I hadn't reached yet. A passage was underlined in graphite. They have watched us build cities and wage wars. They have observed our evolution from curiosity to fear. Perhaps they are waiting for us to become something better before revealing themselves fully. Perhaps the watchers are also waiting to be seen. Below, in the same jagged handwriting as the front cover note, someone had written, "Communication has already begun. Are we wise enough to listen?" 3 months into my assignment at Blackwater, the delicate balance I'd established with the forest's hidden inhabitants was shattered by human ignorance. A group of self-proclaimed Bigfoot hunters arrived in my sector, armed with thermal cameras, recording equipment, and an alarming array of weapons. Their leader, a former military man named Garrett, spoke of finally getting proof in terms that made my skin crawl. "We've tracked one to this region," he informed me at the ranger station while filing their backcountry permit. "This time we're bringing back more than just footprint casts." The implied violence in his statement alarmed me, but I had no legal grounds to deny their permit. Instead, I assigned them to a sector far from where I documented most activity. Garrett's expression told me he wasn't fooled. "We've done our research, Ranger," he said quietly. "We know about Devil's Pocket. We know about the increase in reported sightings under your watch." That night, I found my storage shed broken into, the filing cabinet containing my unofficial documentation pried open, my journals and photographs missing. The Bigfoot hunters had already departed for the backcountry, ignoring their assigned camping area. I radioed headquarters requesting backup, citing armed trespassers heading toward environmentally sensitive areas. The response was frustratingly bureaucratic. "Monitor but don't engage alone. Backup will arrive tomorrow morning." By then, I feared it would be too late. I set out at dusk, following well-worn game trails that I now recognized as something else entirely: pathways used by the forest's hidden inhabitants for generations. The familiar knocking communications that usually echoed through the trees at twilight were ominously absent. The forest felt like a held breath, tense with anticipation. Near midnight, I spotted the hunters' camp in a clearing they'd hacked from pristine undergrowth. Their equipment was sophisticated: motion sensors, thermal cameras, even what appeared to be large traps baited with food. Garrett and 2 companions huddled around a tablet displaying thermal feed from cameras positioned throughout the surrounding forest. "Got movement in Sector 3, one man reported excitedly. "Large heat signature, bipedal." Garrett grabbed a rifle fitted with night vision optics. "Let's go welcome our guest." They moved with practiced efficiency, leaving 1 man at camp. I should have announced myself then, identified as Forest Service, cited them for illegal hunting, confiscated their weapons. Standard procedure. But something held me back. An instinct. A certainty that confrontation would only escalate the situation. Instead, I shadowed them as they pursued their thermal reading. They moved deeper into the territory I'd come to recognize as actively inhabited, past twisted stick structures that marked boundaries, through areas where I'd exchanged gifts with the forest's silent residents. The hunters stopped abruptly when their thermal reading disappeared. "It knows we're here," Garrett whispered. "They're smarter than people think." "Smart enough to stay hidden for centuries," another added nervously. From the darkness came the familiar pattern of knocks, but with an urgency I'd never heard before. Warning signals spreading through the forest. One hunter raised his rifle at the sound. "Did you hear that? That's them communicating." Garrett's face in the moonlight showed predatory excitement. "Set up the perimeter charges. Let's drive it toward the ravine trap." I'd seen enough. I stepped from cover, flashlight illuminating my uniform. Forest Service, lower your weapons immediately. What happened next occurred with disorienting speed. Garrett swung his rifle toward me, startled. His companion shouted a warning. From the forest came a sound I'd never heard before, a roar that contained both rage and fear emanating from multiple directions simultaneously. The dark tree line erupted with movement, massive shadows converging, branches cracking under powerful strides. Not one creature, but many, moving with coordinated purpose. Garrett fired into the darkness, the muzzle flash temporarily blinding us all. A pained howl answered, neither fully animal nor human. The forest exploded into chaos. I tackled the hunter nearest me as more shots rang out. "Stop shooting!" I screamed. "They're not attacking!" But the hunter's fear had overwhelmed reason. They fired blindly into shadows as dark figures circled just beyond clear sight. I caught glimpses of powerful forms moving with shocking speed and coordination, herding us, not hunting us. A massive shape lunged from darkness, disarming Garrett with a single powerful swipe that sent his rifle spinning into undergrowth. The creature towered over him, 8 feet of muscled power, face more expressive and intelligent than any photograph or film had ever captured. For one frozen moment, human and non-human locked eyes. Then the creature did something unexpected. It spoke. Not words, but a vocalization so deliberately patterned it could only be language. More shapes materialized from the forest, surrounding us completely. Some carried crude but effective tools. Others displayed wounds from previous human encounters. All watched with unsettling intelligence. "Don't move," I told the terrified hunters. They could have killed us already if they wanted to. The apparent leader, the one who had disarmed Garrett, approached me directly. In the moonlight, I could see streaks of gray in its dark fur, suggesting advanced age. It extended an open hand, palm up. Understanding flowed through me with instinctive clarity. I slowly removed my ranger badge and placed it in the creature's massive palm. It examined the badge, then deliberately returned it to me with a series of soft vocalizations. A younger individual approached, carrying something that it placed at my feet. My stolen journals and photographs, retrieved from the hunter's camp. One by one, the creatures melted back into the forest until only the elder remained. It gestured toward the trail leading out of their territory, a clear command to leave. "We're going," I assured it, gathering the shaken hunters. "No one will be harmed." The creature watched our departure, its eyes reflecting a depth of awareness that fundamentally changed my understanding of what we shared our wilderness with. By dawn, I had escorted the hunters back to the ranger station. Their experience had transformed their bravado into humbled silence. When backup finally arrived, the hunters declined to file any report, claiming they'd merely gotten lost and fired at what they thought was a bear. But Garrett pulled me aside before departing. "It spoke," he whispered. "It recognized your authority. What the hell are they?" I had no simple answer for him. Only the growing certainty that the line between folklore and natural history was far thinner than modern science acknowledged. 1 year has passed since the incident with the hunters. I remained at Blackwater Ridge Station despite opportunities to transfer, compelled by an unfinished dialogue with the forest's hidden inhabitants. The official reports from that night mention nothing extraordinary, just trespassing hunters creating a disturbance. My unofficial documentation, however, has grown into something that would revolutionize anthropology and biology if ever made public. I've documented consistent patterns of communication through knocks, whistles, and arranged objects. I've photographed structures of increasing complexity, some seemingly ceremonial, others purely functional. Most remarkably, I've recorded vocalizations that linguistic analysis suggests contain grammatical structure and consistent meaning. After the confrontation, something fundamental changed in my relationship with them. The boundaries between observer and observed dissolved into something approaching mutual study. They began leaving more elaborate gifts, carefully arranged botanical specimens, stones with unusual properties, once even a damaged trail camera that had been lost by researchers months earlier. In return, I leave objects that demonstrate human tool use and symbolic thinking, simple mechanical devices, pictures, books. These items always disappear overnight, only to reappear days later, bearing evidence of careful examination. Last week, I found something extraordinary on my porch steps. A crude but recognizable drawing etched onto birch bark. It depicted a human figure and a larger, non-human figure standing side by side beneath stylized trees. Between them was a simple representation of my ranger badge. The message seemed clear. Recognition of shared territory and authority. A treaty of sorts. Word is spread quietly among the ranger community. Those who've experienced similar encounters now reach out through unofficial channels. We exchange observations, compare experiences, and gradually assemble a more complete picture of a species that has existed alongside humanity for millennia while remaining just beyond our full comprehension. The old horror novel sits on my shelf now, its lurid cover at odds with the complex reality I've come to know. The creatures it portrays as monsters are something far more profound, intelligent beings with their own society, language, and relationship with the wilderness we thought we were protecting. I've come to understand that places like Blackwater Ridge exist in a liminal space, not just geographically but conceptually. Here, the line between documented reality and folklore blurs until the distinction becomes meaningless. The scientific mind recognizes that absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. These beings have perfected the art of existing in that absence. Last night, standing on my porch as twilight painted the ancient forest in deepening shadows, I heard the now familiar pattern of knocks, our established greeting. I responded with the corresponding pattern, feeling the simple joy of communication across species boundaries. From the darkness came a new vocalization, closer to human speech than ever before. A rough approximation of ranger. They've been listening all along, learning, adapting, just as I have. I find myself wondering who's really studying whom in these woods. Perhaps we're both participants in a gradual convergence of understanding that began centuries ago and continues with each knocked greeting, each exchanged object, each moment of mutual recognition. The wilderness has always held secrets. At Blackwater Ridge, I've been granted the rare privilege of glimpsing just one of them, not by conquering or exposing, but by the simple, profound act of acknowledging another intelligence on its own terms. Tonight, as I document these observations by lamplight, the forest beyond my window lives and breathes with presences I once would have dismissed as mythology. The line between scientific observation and something approaching friendship has blurred as completely as the boundary between folklore and biology. I've learned that the most important field notes aren't always written in journals. Sometimes they're etched into our understanding of what it means to share this planet with intelligences both recognized and hidden. The knocking has begun again outside. 3 patterns, then silence. An invitation. I close my journal, don my jacket, and step into the darkness to continue a conversation that challenges everything we thought we knew about wilderness, intelligence, and the creatures with whom we've always shared these ancient forests. In the end, that's what ranger work has always truly been about. Not just preserving wilderness, but understanding our place within it. Here at Blackwater Ridge, that understanding now extends to neighbors we've glimpsed only in folklore and fleeting shadows. Until tonight. The decision to hike alone in the Navajo Highlands wasn't one I made lightly. At 32, I'd completed enough solo expeditions to know both my capabilities and limitations. But something about this particular trip felt different from the moment I parked my weathered Subaru at the trailhead 60 miles from the nearest town. It was mid-October 2023. The aspens had turned golden, and the morning air carried that crisp scent that only comes with autumn in high-elevation forests. According to my research, this isolated section of wilderness was rarely trafficked due to its remoteness and challenging terrain. Perfect for someone seeking solitude after a brutal year working in corporate finance. 3 days out, 2 nights camping, then back to civilization, I mumbled to myself while adjusting my pack. The extra weight of my DSLR camera would be worth it for documenting the trip. The first 6 miles passed uneventfully. I maintained a steady pace, stopping occasionally to photograph peculiar rock formations or unusual flora. Around mid-afternoon, I arrived at a small clearing beside a creek that seemed ideal for setting up camp. As I assembled my tent, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest had grown unusually quiet. No birds calling, no squirrels chattering. Just the sound of water over rocks and the occasional whisper of wind through pine needles. "Getting paranoid already, James?" I said aloud, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. I'd read about the local indigenous legends before my trip, stories passed down through generations about entities that could take human form. The ranger station had a pamphlet mentioning these traditions with the usual warnings about respecting cultural beliefs while hiking through ancestral lands. I'd dismissed it as interesting folklore, nothing more. After setting up camp, I hiked another mile to a ridge offering panoramic views of the valley. Through my camera's telephoto lens, I scanned the landscape, capturing the dramatic play of light and shadow across the rugged terrain. That's when I noticed something odd. What appeared to be smoke rising from a location deep in the forest where no trails existed. Too thin to be a forest fire, it resembled a campfire's smoke. I checked my topographic map. The area was at least 10 miles from any marked trail or road. Perhaps another hiker had ventured off trail, or maybe local hunters. As the sun began its descent, I returned to camp and prepared a simple meal of dehydrated stew. The peculiar silence persisted. No nocturnal animals began their evening chorus. No owls. No insects. Just unnatural stillness punctuated by the occasional crack of a branch somewhere in the darkness beyond my campfire's glow. I've spent enough nights in the wilderness to know this wasn't normal. Something had disturbed the natural order here. Sleep came fitfully that night. Each time I drifted off, some small sound would jolt me awake. The snap of a twig, the whisper of movement outside my tent. Once I swore I heard what sounded like breathing, close enough that whatever made it stood just beyond the thin nylon wall near my head. When I finally unzipped my tent at first light, I found something that made my stomach contract. A series of tracks circled my campsite. Not animal prints, at least not entirely. They resembled a mix between human footprints and something else, with elongated toe marks and unusual depth patterns. They approached from the forest, circled my tent multiple times, then disappeared back into the undergrowth. I'd traveled enough in remote areas to recognize most North American wildlife tracks. These matched nothing I'd ever seen. Morning brought no relief from the oppressive silence. No birdsong greeted the dawn, just the same heavy absence of natural sound that had settled over the forest the previous evening. I heated water for coffee and oatmeal, trying to convince myself the strange tracks had a logical explanation. Perhaps someone playing a prank. But who would venture this far into the wilderness just to scare a random hiker? After breakfast, I packed my day supplies and decided to continue to my planned destination, a secluded lake another 5 miles along the trail. The walking helped settle my nerves, though I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. Every few minutes, I'd stop and scan the forest behind me, seeing nothing but still catching glimpses of movement at the edge of my vision. Around noon, I reached a small stream crossing. As I carefully navigated the slippery rocks, something caught my eye. A crude arrangement of sticks on the opposite bank. 3 sticks formed a triangular shape with smaller twigs inside, positioned in a pattern that couldn't have occurred naturally. It reminded me of something I'd read about territorial markers, though not from any hunting tradition I recognized. As I photographed the arrangement, goosebumps rose on my arms despite the afternoon warmth. I glanced up and froze. Across the stream, partially hidden behind a large pine, stood a figure. The distance and shadows made details difficult to discern, but the silhouette appeared human-sized, yet somehow wrong in its proportions, limbs slightly too long, head oddly shaped. Before I could focus my camera, The figure stepped back and melted into the forest. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking slightly. "I mean no harm. Are you okay?" No response came except the gentle gurgle of the stream. I debated turning back then, abandoning my planned route and returning to my car. But something, curiosity, stubbornness, or perhaps a misguided sense of adventure, pushed me forward. I convinced myself I'd seen another hiker, perhaps someone from one of the nearby reservations checking on ancestral sites. The lake, when I reached it 2 hours later, was breathtaking, a perfect mirror reflecting the surrounding peaks and cloudless sky. Under different circumstances, I would have spent hours photographing it from various angles. Instead, I quickly set up my tent in a protected spot with good visibility, gathered firewood while daylight remained, and prepared myself for another night. As darkness fell, I built a larger-than-necessary fire, finding comfort in its crackling warmth. The sun had just disappeared behind the mountains when I heard it, a sound that stopped my breath. From across the lake came a cry. Not quite human, not quite animal. It began as something resembling a coyote's howl but morphed halfway through into something that approximated human vocalization. A sound trying to be human but missing crucial elements. The result was profoundly disturbing, like audio from the uncanny valley. I fumbled for my phone, initially hoping to record the sound before remembering I'd had no service since beginning my hike. Still, I activated the voice memo function just as the cry came again, longer this time, echoing across the water. While listening to the recording afterward, I noticed something I'd missed in real time. Beneath the primary sound was another layer, almost like words in a language I couldn't identify, spoken in a raspy whisper. Sleep was impossible that night. I maintained the fire until my wood supply dwindled, then retreated to my tent with my hunting knife close at hand. Around 3 a.m., footsteps circled my campsite. Slow, deliberate steps that paused occasionally as if their owner was studying my tent. Then came the scratching. Light at first, then more insistent against the tent's rainfly. 3 distinct scratches. A pause. Then 3 more. "Who's there?" I called, my voice stronger than I felt. The scratching stopped immediately. What followed was worse. The sound of something breathing, heavy and irregular, just inches from where I lay paralyzed in my sleeping bag. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. When the first gray light filtered through the tent fabric, I unzipped the door with trembling hands. The area around my campsite showed signs of visitation, broken branches, disturbed earth, and most disturbingly, my backpack had been moved from where I'd secured it to a tree branch about 30 yards into the forest. Nothing was missing, but the contents had been methodically removed and arranged in a semicircle. My food in one pile, clothes in another, maps and electronics in a third. The organization suggested intelligence, not the random scattering an animal would leave. I quickly repacked, skipped breakfast, and decided to abort my trip. 3 more days in these woods suddenly seemed unthinkable. I plotted the quickest route back to my car, not the way I'd come, but a more direct path that would cut my return journey to a single day of hard hiking. The new route took me through denser forest where the trail occasionally disappeared into undergrowth, forcing me to rely on my compass and map. Around mid-morning, I found the first marker, a small animal skull placed precisely in the middle of the trail, facing the direction I'd come from. 20 minutes later, another, this time a rabbit carcass, fresh enough that flies still swarmed around it, split open with its organs arranged in a pattern I refused to study closely. These weren't random animal remains. They were placed deliberately, recently, by someone tracking my movements with enough precision to stay ahead of me while predicting my chosen route. The logical part of my brain cycled through possible explanations. A disturbed individual living off-grid, hunters playing sick games with a solo hiker, even park rangers testing my reaction for some incomprehensible reason. None seemed plausible given the remoteness of my location. By noon, the markers appeared with increasing frequency, more stick arrangements, stones in circular patterns, and once, most unnervingly, a perfect imprint in mud that resembled a human hand with impossibly elongated fingers. I abandoned stealth and began moving as quickly as the terrain allowed, no longer stopping for water or rest. The sense of pursuit intensified with each passing hour. Twice I caught clear glimpses of movement paralleling my route through the trees, a figure maintaining my pace but staying just far enough away to remain indistinct. At one point, I stopped abruptly and raised my camera with its telephoto lens. Through the viewfinder, I caught a fleeting image of what appeared to be a person, but wrong somehow. The proportions distorted, the movement unnaturally fluid. Before I could focus properly, it ducked behind a large boulder. The photograph, which I examined while walking, showed only a blur of motion, but the outline was distinctly humanoid. I deleted it immediately, suddenly afraid of what closer examination might reveal. Around 3 p.m., I reached a small clearing and paused to check my position. According to my map, I'd covered nearly 12 miles, with perhaps 6 more to go before reaching my car. If I maintained my pace, I might make it before complete darkness. That's when I found the camera. It lay in the center of the clearing. My expensive DSLR that I was certain remained secured in my backpack. Yet here it was, lens broken, body scratched as if by claws. I frantically checked my pack. The camera was indeed missing, though I had no memory of dropping it or having it taken. With shaking hands, I turned on the damaged device and accessed the memory card. The most recent images weren't mine. Dozens of photos taken from positions surrounding my campsites over the past 2 nights. Shots of me sleeping, of me cooking, of me changing clothes. The final image showed me from directly above, asleep in my tent with the rainfly mysteriously absent, though I knew I'd secured it before sleeping. The implications were clear. Whatever was stalking me had been much closer than I realized, and for much longer. I dropped the camera and ran. Running in panic through unfamiliar wilderness is precisely what survival experts advise against, yet fear had overridden my training. After 10 minutes of crashing through underbrush, I forced myself to stop, gasping for breath beside a fallen pine. The forest had changed character. The relatively open woodland had given way to densely packed trees growing so closely together that in places their trunks almost touched. The ground between them was carpeted with a thick layer of pine needles that deadened sound and showed no obvious trail. I checked my compass with trembling hands. In my blind panic, I'd veered nearly 45 degrees off course. I corrected my bearing and continued at a more controlled pace, fighting the urge to look behind me every few seconds. The afternoon light had begun to fade, filtered through the canopy into an eerie green twilight. I calculated 4 hours of daylight remained, barely enough to reach my vehicle if I maintained a brisk pace without further detours. 30 minutes later, I found myself at the edge of a ravine not marked on my map. It cut across my path like a scar in the earth, perhaps 20 feet deep with steep sides of loose shale. At the bottom ran a narrow stream. Checking my GPS coordinates confirmed my worst fear. I had somehow gotten turned around despite following my compass. Instead of moving toward the trailhead, I'd been traveling parallel to my original route, deeper into the wilderness. As I recalculated my position, a sound rose from the forest behind me. That same not-quite-human cry I'd heard the previous night, but closer now. Much closer. It was answered by another from somewhere to my right, then a third from my left. The implications chilled me. Not one stalker, but multiple. Or something fast enough to create the illusion of multiple presences. Either possibility was terrifying. I scrambled down the ravine's steep slope, sending small avalanches of loose rock ahead of me. The descent ended in a painful slide that left my hands bloody and my pants torn, but I reached the bottom intact. The stream was shallow enough to wade through, the cold water shocking against my overheated skin. As I climbed the opposite side, I glanced back. 3 figures stood at different points along the ridge I'd just descended. The distance and fading light obscured details, but their silhouettes were unmistakably humanoid yet wrong. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that seemed to bend at unnatural angles. They made no attempt to follow as I crested the opposite ridge. Instead, they remained perfectly still, watching. The message was clear. They could have caught me if they wanted. This was not pursuit, but a game. I pushed on as darkness settled over the forest. Using my headlamp now seemed dangerous, like painting a target on myself, but navigating without light would be impossible. I compromised by using it sparingly, turning it on just long enough to check my direction before continuing in darkness. Around 8 p.m., I reached a small rock outcropping that offered some protection at my back. Exhaustion forced me to stop despite the dangers. I couldn't risk a fire, so I huddled against the stone, wrapped in my emergency thermal blanket, knife in hand. The sounds began shortly after midnight. Movement in the forest around my position. Not the normal nocturnal rustlings of wildlife, but deliberate, coordinated activity. Something larger than a squirrel or raccoon was circling my location, maintaining a consistent distance of about 50 yards. Then came the mimicry. "Hello? Is anyone there?" My own voice called from the darkness to my left. I froze, knife clutched so tightly my knuckles whitened. "I mean no harm." The same phrase I'd called out earlier in the day, repeated in a perfect imitation of my voice but with subtle wrongness in the inflection. From another direction came a different snippet of my speech. "Getting paranoid already, James?" Exactly as I'd said it to myself on the first day. The implications were staggering. Whatever stalked me had been present from the beginning, close enough to hear even my quiet self-talk. And it could reproduce human speech with terrifying accuracy. I pressed myself against the rock face, fighting the urge to respond. The mimicry continued for nearly an hour. Fragments of sentences I'd spoken over the past 2 days, repeated in increasingly distorted versions of my voice until they devolved into something barely recognizable as human speech. Then came sounds I hadn't made. A child's laugh, a woman's scream, a man's desperate sobbing. Each more disturbing than the last, each somehow fundamentally wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. As false dawn lightened the eastern sky, the forest finally fell silent. I remained motionless until true daylight penetrated the canopy, then gathered my few belongings with numb fingers. I was no longer lost. I was being herded. The morning brought no comfort. Heavy mist clung to the forest floor, limiting visibility to 20 feet in any direction. I moved cautiously, checking my compass every few minutes, determined to maintain a straight course toward the trailhead no matter what obstacles appeared. The forest had changed again overnight. The trees here were older, massive trunks rising like columns into the mist. Few undergrowth plants survived in the permanent twilight beneath their canopy, leaving the ground strangely open and carpeted with a thick layer of moss that muffled my footsteps. I hadn't eaten since the previous morning, and thirst clawed at my throat. My water bottle contained less than an inch of liquid, and I'd seen no streams since crossing the ravine. According to my increasingly unreliable mental map, I should have intersected the main trail hours ago. Around mid-morning, the mist began to thin, revealing what appeared to be a structure ahead. A cabin or small hunting shelter partially obscured by foliage. I approached cautiously, desperate for shelter, but wary of what might await. It was indeed a cabin, though far older than I initially thought. The log walls had weathered to silver gray, and part of the roof had collapsed inward. The small porch sagged dangerously, and the single window was boarded from the inside. No smoke rose from the stone chimney. Logic dictated caution, but thirst and exhaustion overrode my better judgment. After circling the structure and finding no signs of recent habitation, I approached the door. It hung partially open on rusted hinges, revealing a darkness beyond that my eyes couldn't penetrate. "Hello?" I called, then immediately regretted making noise. No response came from within. The interior was a single room, perhaps 15 feet square. A cast-iron stove sat in one corner, its pipe rising through the intact portion of the roof. A crude wooden table stood in the center, and against the far wall was a metal-framed cot with a mildewed mattress. The floor was bare earth, packed hard by years of use. Most importantly, a metal bucket sat beneath a crude hand pump near the stove. I worked the pump handle, which resisted at first, then yielded with a screech of protesting metal. After several pumps, rusty water sputtered out, eventually running clearer. I filled my bottle and drank deeply, ignoring the metallic taste. The cabin's appearance suggested abandonment years ago, but certain details contradicted this assessment. No dust covered the table's surface. The chimney, visible from inside, contained ash that couldn't be more than a few weeks old. And scratched into the wall beside the cot was a series of tally marks, 47 vertical lines with the 48th crossed through horizontally. As I examined these markings, my gaze fell on something half hidden beneath the cot. A composition notebook with a black and white marbled cover. I pulled it out and opened to the first page. The handwriting was jagged and irregular, pressing so deeply into the paper that some letters punctured through to the next page. Day 1. Got turned around after leaving the main trail. Found this cabin just before dark. Will wait until morning to get my bearings. I flipped through the pages. The entries continued for weeks, documenting a hiker's deteriorating mental state as they became convinced something was stalking them through the forest. The descriptions matched my experiences with disturbing accuracy. The stick arrangements, the mimicry, the strange tracks. The final entry, dated just 3 weeks earlier, read simply, "They're not trying to kill me. They're trying to change me." The implication struck me with physical force. I wasn't the first to be led here. This cabin wasn't sanctuary. It was a trap. I shoved the notebook into my pack and turned to leave, only to find the doorway occupied by a figure. Backlit by the gray daylight outside, I couldn't make out details, but the silhouette was unmistakably humanoid, yet wrong. Too tall for the door frame, forcing it to stoop unnaturally. The proportions weren't right, limbs too long, joints bending at impossible angles. I backed away until I hit the wall, unable to speak or scream. The figure remained motionless in the doorway, blocking my only exit. Then it spoke. Not in mimicry of my voice, but in a raspy whisper that seemed to contain multiple tones simultaneously. 49 days, it said. That's how long it takes. I closed my eyes for just a moment, overwhelmed by terror. When I opened them, the doorway was empty. I bolted outside, running blindly into the forest without direction or plan. The mist had thickened again, enveloping everything in white silence. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing onto the moss-covered ground, lungs burning. When I finally caught my breath and checked my compass, the impossible truth became clear. Despite running in what I was certain was a straight line, I had somehow circled back. Through the mist, I could make out the dark shape of the cabin less than 50 yards away. Night fell with unnatural swiftness, as if the forest itself had swallowed the remaining daylight. I found myself unable to move far from the cabin despite multiple attempts. Each time I struck out in a different direction, walking in what my compass assured me was a straight line, I would eventually glimpse the cabin's dark silhouette through the trees ahead. The GPS on my phone showed coordinates that jumped erratically, sometimes placing me miles from my actual location before settling back to a position near the cabin. The device's battery indicator fluctuated wildly before finally dying, despite having shown 60% charge moments earlier. With no other options, I returned to the cabin as true darkness enveloped the forest. I barricaded the door with the heavy table and positioned myself in the corner with the best view of both the door and the single window. Sleep was unthinkable. Around midnight, the sounds began. Movement on the cabin's roof, scratching at the walls, and the low murmur of voices speaking in what might have been a language, but contained sounds no human vocal cords could produce. Something heavy dragged itself across the roof beams. Dust and debris filtered down through the partially collapsed ceiling. The temperature inside the cabin plummeted until my breath fogged in front of my face. The scratching at the walls intensified, moving systematically around the perimeter until it reached the boarded window. There it paused before becoming a deliberate tapping. 3 distinct knocks. Pause. 3 more. Against every instinct, I spoke. "What do you want from me?" The tapping stopped immediately. Silence held for nearly a minute before a voice responded, not from outside but seemingly from the very walls themselves. "To become," it said, using my own voice, yet subtly wrong. "To change." "I don't understand," I whispered. 49 days, came the response, this time in the raspy, multi-toned whisper I'd heard earlier. "The hunger changes you. The isolation changes you. The forest changes you. Until you can walk between worlds." The implications slowly crystallized in my mind. The notebook, the tally marks. The previous visitor hadn't escaped after 48 days. They had transformed. "You're human," I said, the realization dawning with horrifying clarity. "Or you were." The silence that followed seemed confirmation enough. Then came sounds from all around the cabin. Not just one voice, but many, a chorus of whispers so quiet I had to strain to hear. The old ones called us skinwalkers, but that name is incomplete. We are the in-between, neither fully human nor fully other. And once you begin the change, it cannot be stopped. The barricaded door began to shake as something pressed against it from outside. The heavy table scraped inches across the dirt floor despite my weight braced against it. Through gaps in the boards covering the window, I glimpsed movement, elongated fingers with too many joints prying at the wood. In that moment of pure terror, my mind achieved a clarity that had eluded me for days. I wasn't randomly selected. The skinwalkers hadn't found me by chance. They had lured me, studied me, identified me as suitable. Perhaps through my online research before the trip, my interest in local legends, or some criteria I couldn't fathom. As the pressure on the door increased, a section of the roof finally gave way. Through the gap, shapes began to descend, humanoid figures moving with impossible fluidity, their features obscured by shadow but clearly wrong in fundamental ways that transcended mere deformity. They surrounded me, these former humans, close enough that I could smell the wild musk of their skin and see the remains of modern clothing hanging in tatters from emaciated frames. Their faces retained just enough humanity to make their wrongness more terrible. Eyes too large and reflective, jaws slightly elongated, skin stretched too tightly over pronounced bones. One reached out with fingers that bent in too many places, touching my forehead with surprising gentleness. 49 days, it whispered in that multi-layered voice. "We will keep you safe until the change completes. Then you will understand hunger as we do." The touch sent electricity through my body, locking my muscles and sending me crashing to the floor. As consciousness faded, I heard them continue their whispered conversation, discussing me as scientists might discuss a specimen. I awoke to daylight filtering through the collapsed roof. I was alone in the cabin, the door still barricaded exactly as I had left it. If not for the new scratches on the walls and the lingering scent of something wild and musky, I might have believed I'd dreamed the entire encounter. On the table, now back in its original position, lay a small object, a carved wooden figure representing a human form in mid-transformation, its lower body still recognizably human, while its upper portion elongated into something else. Beside it lay the notebook I'd found earlier, open to a blank page with a pencil placed precisely across it. I understood the message. I was expected to continue the record, to document my own 49 days. Instead, I ran. Not randomly this time, but with purpose. If I couldn't find my way out, I would find the higher ground I'd seen on my first day. Cell reception. Help. I ran until my lungs burned, following my compass northeast toward where my topographic map showed a ridge rising above the forest canopy. The figures paced me through the trees, visible from the corners of my eyes but never directly confronting me. Not trying to stop me. Simply watching. Waiting. Because they knew what I was beginning to suspect. That the hunger had already begun. That the changes were already underway inside me. That escape might no longer be possible in the way I imagined it. When I reached the ridge after hours of punishing ascent, I found exactly what I'd hoped for: 2 bars of cell reception. Enough to make a call. Enough to send my location. The search and rescue team found me 16 hours later, dehydrated and delirious with fever. They attributed my wild story to exposure and trauma, perhaps combined with the effects of drinking contaminated water from the cabin's well. The strange figures I described were dismissed as hallucinations. The notebook had disappeared from my pack, and the wooden carving was nowhere to be found. I'm home now, recovering physically while my mind remains fractured by uncertainty. Some days I convince myself it was all hallucination and trauma, as the doctors suggest. Other days, I catch glimpses of elongated figures at the edge of my property, watching me through the trees with patient, hungry eyes. And in the mirror each morning, I study my face for changes. The slightest elongation of my jaw, the subtle enlargement of my eyes, the way my fingers sometimes seem to bend at angles that shouldn't be possible. 49 days. That's how long they said it takes. Today marks day 37. Note: I found this account posted anonymously on a wilderness forum 3 years ago. The user deleted their profile immediately after posting, and no follow-up ever appeared. Local search and rescue records show no operations matching this description in the stated time frame. I've been unable to locate any cabin matching this description in the area, though several hikers have reported strange experiences in those same woods. I share this story not as fact, but as a warning to those who venture alone into remote places. Some things in this world exist in the boundaries between what we understand and what we fear. And sometimes the most terrifying possibility is that we might become what we fear most. The text message arrived on a Tuesday evening as I sat reviewing quarterly reports in my apartment. It was from Jack, someone I hadn't spoken with in nearly 6 months. Annual camping trip, this weekend. You in? I stared at those words longer than necessary, memories of our previous excursions flooding back. The 6 of us, Jack, Irene, Vincent, Kimberly, Owen, and myself, had been taking these trips since college, but after what happened last year, I had silently hoped the tradition might quietly dissolve. Who else is coming? I typed back. Everyone, even Vincent. I hesitated. Vincent and I hadn't spoken since our argument last time. The thought of spending 3 days in the wilderness with him made my stomach tighten. Where are we going? I asked. New spot. Bradbury State Forest. Remote section just open to the public. Pristine. Remote was putting it mildly. I searched for information online and found almost nothing beyond basic park boundaries and regulations. According to the limited details available, the eastern section had been closed for decades due to environmental concerns before quietly reopening this spring. Need an answer by tomorrow, Jack added, leaving Friday morning. I should have said no. Every rational thought urged caution, but something else, perhaps nostalgia, perhaps the monotony of my current routine, made my fingers type the response I would come to regret. Count me in. The weather forecast predicted clear skies and moderate temperatures, ideal camping conditions. I packed methodically Thursday night. Thermal sleeping bag, waterproof boots, extra socks, water purification tablets, first aid kit, compass, portable charger, and a heavy-duty flashlight with spare batteries. Experience had taught me to prepare for contingencies, particularly when venturing into unfamiliar territory. I slept poorly that night, troubled by fragmented dreams of darkness and distant voices calling my name. When my alarm sounded at 5 a.m., I was already awake, staring at the ceiling, questioning my decision. We assembled at Jack's house at 6:30 a.m., loading gear into 2 SUVs under a sky still tinged with the remnants of night. Vincent and I exchanged curt nods but no words. The tension remained palpable, unspoken, but acknowledged by everyone present. You look terrible, Irene observed as she helped me secure my backpack to the roof rack. Rough night? Just work stress, I lied. I couldn't articulate the growing unease that had settled in my chest, the inexplicable sense that we were making a grave error. Jack distributed laminated maps marked with our destination, a clearing approximately 4 miles from the nearest access road. "Cell reception will be spotty at best," he warned. "We stay together, follow the trail, and we'll be fine." The drive took nearly 3 hours, small talk gradually fading as we left the highway for increasingly narrow roads. Owen attempted to maintain conversation, sharing anecdotes about his new job. But even his typically infectious enthusiasm waned as we turned onto an unmarked gravel path that jolted us mercilessly for the final 20 minutes. "This can't be right," Kimberly muttered, consulting her GPS. "There's nothing on the map here." "Trust me," Jack insisted. "The ranger I spoke with gave explicit directions." We parked where the road became impassable, unloading in silence. The forest loomed before us, dense and uninviting. Ancient trees blocked much of the sunlight, creating a premature dusk beneath their canopy. The air hung heavy with moisture and the musty scent of decomposing vegetation. As we shouldered our packs and prepared to depart, I noticed Owen examining a weathered sign partially obscured by overgrowth. He brushed aside the vines, revealing faded text. "Bradbury State Forest, Eastern Sector, authorized personnel only." Below this, barely legible. "Closed to public access by order of State Conservation Department." "Jack," Owen called, pointing to the sign. "When did you say this area opened to the public?" Jack approached, studied the sign briefly, and shrugged. "Must be outdated. The ranger was clear. This section is open now. Probably haven't updated all the signage yet." I should have insisted we turn back then. We all should have. Instead, we followed Jack into the trees, leaving behind the last vestiges of civilization and entering a realm that seemed to exist outside the boundaries of our ordinary world. The trail, if it could be called that, was barely discernible, a slightly less overgrown path winding between massive trees that must have stood for centuries. We walked in single file, Jack leading with map in hand, Vincent bringing up the rear. No one spoke much. The forest absorbed sound in a way that made conversation feel like an intrusion. An hour into our hike, I realized what was bothering me. The silence. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Just the sound of our breathing and footfalls on damp earth. "Anyone else notice how quiet it is?" I finally asked, unable to contain my discomfort any longer. "Probably just time of day," Jack responded without turning around. "Animals might be less active right now." But I knew that wasn't true. Forests are never truly silent during daylight hours, regardless of the time. Something was keeping the wildlife at bay. We reached the clearing shortly after noon, having paused only briefly for water and energy bars. The open space appeared almost perfectly circular, roughly 50 yards in diameter, surrounded by trees so tall they seemed to bend inward at the top, creating the unsettling impression of being at the bottom of a well. "This is it," Jack announced, dropping his pack and stretching. "Home for the next 2 nights." I surveyed our surroundings with growing apprehension. Unlike natural clearings formed by fallen trees or differential growth, this space appeared deliberately created. The ground was unusually level, covered with short, uniform grass, unlike the varied undergrowth of the surrounding forest. At the center stood a circle of stones, blackened as though from countless fires. "Someone's been here before," Kimberly observed, examining the stone circle. "Recently, too." "Probably other campers," Jack suggested. "The ranger mentioned this is becoming a popular spot." Vincent snorted derisively. "Popular? We haven't seen a single human footprint since we entered this forest." "Let's just set up camp," Irene intervened, clearly sensing the building tension. "It'll be dark in a few hours." We each selected spots for our tents, establishing a rough perimeter around the stone circle. As I hammered stakes into surprisingly resistant ground, I noticed something odd about the trees at the edge of the clearing. Their trunks were marked with shallow vertical grooves, evenly spaced, too uniform to be natural. I approached one of the trees, running my fingers along the markings. They were definitely man-made, cut deliberately into the bark. Some appeared fresh, others had partially healed. "Hey guys," I called. "Come look at this." Owen joined me first, followed by Irene and Kimberly. Jack and Vincent continued setting up their tents, pointedly ignoring each other. "What do you make of these?" I asked, indicating the grooves. Owen examined them closely. "Could be trail markers?" "All the way around the clearing?" Kimberly questioned. "And why not just use paint blazes like normal trails?" I stepped back, taking in the broader pattern. The marks encircled the entire clearing, creating what almost looked like... "It's a boundary," Irene whispered, as though reading my thoughts. "Like someone was marking territory." "Or keeping something out," I added, immediately regretting my words when I saw the concern flash across their faces. "Or keeping something in," Owen muttered. We finished setting up camp in uneasy silence. By unspoken agreement, no one mentioned the tree markings to Jack or Vincent. As daylight began to fade, we gathered wood for a fire, staying within sight of the clearing at all times. The flames provided welcome warmth as temperature dropped rapidly after sunset. We arranged ourselves around the fire, cooking freeze-dried meals and making stilted conversation that repeatedly lapsed into tense silence. "So," Jack finally addressed the group, "who's up for exploring tomorrow? There's supposed to be an old fire lookout tower about 2 miles north." No one immediately volunteered. I stared into the flames, listening to the wood crackle and pop. "I think I'll stay at camp," Irene decided. "Maybe do some reading." "Same," Kimberly agreed. Vincent looked at Jack with apparent skepticism. "And you know about this tower how?" "The ranger mentioned it," Jack replied defensively. "Said it offers amazing views of the valley." "The same ranger who told you this area was officially open to the public?" I couldn't help asking. Jack's expression hardened. "What are you implying?" "Nothing," I backpedaled, unwilling to escalate tensions further. "Just wondering how reliable the information is." "I'll go," Owen offered, ever the peacemaker. "Could be interesting." Jack nodded appreciatively. "Anyone else?" After a moment's hesitation, I agreed to join them. Better to keep an eye on Jack than let him lead Owen off alone. As darkness fully engulfed the forest, our conversation dwindled. The fire cast dancing shadows against the surrounding trees, creating the disconcerting illusion of movement just beyond the light's reach. Periodically, I thought I glimpsed something shifting between the trunks. A darker patch among shadows, moving with deliberate slowness. "Did you see that?" I whispered to Irene, who sat closest to me. "See what?" she asked, following my gaze. "I thought I saw something moving over there." I pointed toward a particularly dense section of trees. Irene squinted into the darkness. Probably just shadows from the fire. But I wasn't convinced. As the night progressed, the sensation of being watched intensified. Every unexplained sound, a distant snap of branches, the rustle of leaves without discernible wind, heightened my awareness of our vulnerability. One by one, we retired to our tents, agreeing to reconvene at first light. I lay awake for hours, listening to the sounds of the forest, trying to distinguish normal nocturnal activities from potential threats. When I finally drifted into uneasy sleep, my dreams were filled with shadowy figures circling our camp, their elongated forms moving with inhuman grace between the marked trees. I awoke to hushed, urgent voices outside my tent. Daylight filtered through the nylon fabric, indicating it was well past dawn. I checked my watch. 7:45 a.m. I had slept longer than intended. Emerging from my tent, I found Kimberly and Irene huddled in conversation near the remnants of our fire. Their expressions immediately put me on alert. "What's wrong?" I asked, approaching them. Kimberly glanced around before responding. "Owen's gone." "What do you mean, gone?" The fog of sleep instantly cleared from my mind. "His tent's empty," Irene explained. "Sleeping bag's still there, but no Owen, and his boots are missing." "Maybe he went to use the bathroom," I suggested, though the uneasy feeling in my stomach suggested otherwise. "That's what we thought an hour ago," Kimberly replied. Jack and Vincent are out looking for him now. I process this information, scanning the perimeter of our camp. Did anyone hear anything during the night? Both women shook their heads. I slept through till about 6:30, Irene said. When I got up, his tent was already empty. I'm going to help search, I decided, returning to my tent for boots and jacket. Which direction did Jack and Vincent go? Jack went north, Vincent east, Kimberly informed me. They agreed to stay within shouting distance of camp. I chose to head west, following a faint path that led deeper into the forest. The morning air was unusually cold for the season, carrying an earthy scent tinged with something less pleasant. A subtle hint of decay that made breathing deeply uncomfortable. 20 minutes into my search, I discovered a narrow stream cutting through the underbrush. The water ran clear and swift over smooth stones. Following it upstream, I noticed something unnatural among the rocks. A flash of color that didn't belong in this environment. Drawing closer, I identified a plastic water bottle, the kind Owen had packed. It lay wedged between two boulders, partially submerged. I retrieved it, examining the exterior for clues. Owen's initials were marked on the bottom with permanent marker, confirming it was his. More concerning than the bottle itself were the marks on its surface, deep scratches that looked like desperate attempts to grip the smooth plastic. Whatever had happened here, Owen had not discarded the bottle voluntarily. I continued upstream with renewed urgency, scanning the ground for footprints or disturbed vegetation. Approximately 50 yards further, the stream widened into a small pool beneath an outcropping of rock. The water here was darker, murkier. Something on the far bank caught my attention, a shoe print in the soft mud, larger than would be made by any of our group. I approached cautiously, crouching to examine it more closely. The impression was deep, suggesting considerable weight. But its shape was oddly elongated, with what appeared to be only 4 toe marks instead of 5. As I studied the print, a sound from above made me freeze. A soft scraping noise, like something heavy being dragged across stone. I looked up slowly, heart hammering against my ribs. The rocky outcropping formed a shallow cave, its entrance partly concealed by hanging vines. From within that darkness, I detected subtle movement, a shifting of shadows that suggested something substantial lurked just beyond sight. Instinct took over. I backed away slowly, maintaining visual contact with the cave entrance while creating distance. When I judged myself far enough away, I turned and moved with controlled urgency back toward camp, resisting the impulse to run blindly through unfamiliar terrain. I had nearly reached the clearing when I heard voices. Jack and Vincent, their tones agitated. Following the sound, I found them at the northeastern edge of our campsite, examining something on the ground. "Find anything?" I called as I approached. Both men startled at my voice, turning with expressions that immediately heightened my concern. "What is it?" I demanded, joining them. Jack pointed wordlessly to a patch of disturbed earth. At first, I couldn't comprehend what I was seeing, a depression approximately 6 feet long and 2 feet wide, surrounded by scattered leaves and broken twigs. Then understanding dawned with horrifying clarity. "Is that—" I couldn't finish the sentence. "Looks like someone was dragged," Vincent confirmed, his typically confident voice now uncertain. "Recently, too. The soil's still loose." "It's probably not related to Owen," Jack insisted, though his expression betrayed his doubt. "Could be animals." "I found his water bottle," I said, producing the scratched container from my pocket. "By a stream west of here. And there was something else, a footprint. Not human, at least not entirely." Jack took the bottle, examining the scratches. "We need to find him, now." "We need to get out of here," Vincent countered. "Get help. Professional search and rescue." "We can't leave him," Jack argued. "We might not have a choice," I interjected. "Whatever made that print, whatever dragged something or someone through here, it's still out there. I think I saw it, or part of it, hiding in a cave by the stream." Kimberly and Irene had joined us during this exchange, their faces paling as they grasped the situation. "What did you see exactly?" Irene asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I hesitated, struggling to articulate what had been more sensation than clear observation. Just movement, something large, watching from the shadows. This is insane, Kimberly stated flatly. People don't just disappear. They do in remote forests, Vincent countered grimly. All the time. Jack ran his hands through his hair, clearly wrestling with indecision. Here's what we do. We search for 1 more hour, all of us together. If we don't find Owen by then, we pack up and hike out for help. No one objected to this plan. Safety in numbers seemed our best defense against whatever threat lurked among the trees. We moved as a unit, calling Owen's name at regular intervals, the sound echoing eerily through the unnaturally silent forest. Jack led us toward the stream where I'd found the water bottle, each of us scanning constantly for signs of movement among the trees. The daylight, which should have provided reassurance, instead heightened the strangeness of our surroundings. The forest appeared different somehow. The distances between trees seemed to shift when viewed peripherally, creating the unsettling impression that the landscape itself was subtly reorganizing when not directly observed. There's the stream, I indicated as we approached the water. Jack examined the area methodically, identifying partial footprints that matched our hiking boots, likely mine from earlier, alongside less distinct impressions that defied easy categorization. Show me where you saw the cave, he requested. I led the group upstream, anxiety mounting as we neared the pool. The muddy bank where I'd seen the strange footprint had been disturbed further, with multiple impressions now visible, some resembling the elongated shape I'd noted earlier, others seeming more conventionally human. Look, Vincent pointed. Those could be Owen's boot prints. He was right. Among the chaotic pattern of impressions were clear treads matching the hiking boots Owen had been wearing. So he was here, Kimberly concluded. What happened next? I indicated the rocky outcropping above the pool. I think something was watching me from up there. We approached the formation cautiously. In daylight, the cave entrance appeared less ominous, a shallow depression rather than the yawning void it had seemed earlier. Jack produced a powerful flashlight, illuminating the interior. The space extended perhaps 15 feet into the rock, narrowing toward the back. The floor was relatively flat, covered with dried leaves and small animal bones, normal detritus for a wilderness shelter. But against the rear wall lay something distinctly unnatural, a tattered backpack. That's not Owen's, Irene observed immediately. His was green. This one's blue. Jack entered the cave despite our protests, retrieving the backpack with careful movements. Outside, he examined it thoroughly before opening the main compartment. The contents were sparse, but revealing. A damaged compass, a half-empty water bottle, a moldering sandwich wrapped in plastic, and a small notebook with a waterproof cover. Most telling was the driver's license in the side pocket, issued to Gregory Wilson, age 28, from Portland. Check the date on the license, Vincent suggested. Jack examined it, his expression growing more troubled. Issued 3 years ago. So someone else has been out here, Kimberly reasoned. Recently enough that the food hasn't completely rotted. Jack opened the notebook, scanning the first few pages. It's a journal, he announced. Last entry dated 10 days ago. We gathered closer as Jack read aloud. Day 4 in Bradbury. Still no sign of wildlife larger than insects. The silence is unnerving. Camp established in circular clearing approximately 4 miles from Access Road. Strange markings on trees surrounding clearing. Appear man-made but purpose unclear. We'll investigate further tomorrow. Jack turned the page and continued. Day 5. Discovered what appears to be primitive camping site in clearing. Stone circle. Evidence of past fires. More concerning are additional markings found on trees extending in concentric circles outward from clearing. These are definitely not trailblazes or forestry markings. Some appear extremely old, others fresh. Someone or something is maintaining them regularly. The next entry was notably shorter. Day 6. Not alone here. Observed movement among trees at dusk. Too tall for human, too deliberate for animal. Maintaining distance, but definitely watching. We'll relocate camp tomorrow. Jack turned another page. Day 7. Found unusual tracks near stream west of clearing. Whatever made them walks upright, but foot structure unlike anything I recognize. Attempted photographs, but camera malfunctioning. No coincidence that electronic equipment failing since yesterday. Watch stopped. GPS dead. Going to try reaching access road tomorrow. The final entry consisted of a single line, the handwriting noticeably less steady. They're closing in. Markings not to keep something out. To keep something in. Silence descended as Jack closed the notebook. The implications were impossible to ignore. We need to leave, Vincent stated firmly. Now. For once, no one disagreed. We turned to retrace our steps to camp, moving with greater urgency than before. As we approached the clearing, Kimberly suddenly gasped, pointing toward the trees. There, did you see that? We followed her gesture but saw nothing unusual. Something tall, she insisted. Just for a second, between those two pines. Let's just get our gear and go, Jack decided, leading us into the clearing. We packed with frantic efficiency, dismantling tents and stowing equipment in record time. No one ventured alone even to retrieve items from their individual campsites. Within 20 minutes, we were ready to depart. Which way? Irene asked, scanning the perimeter nervously. Jack consulted his map and compass. South, same way we came in. Wait, I interrupted. What about Owen? We can't just leave him. The question hung in the air, weighted with impossible ethical calculations. Finally, Vincent spoke. We're no help to him if we all end up missing too. We get out, get professional help, and bring them back for Owen. His logic was sound, but the decision felt like betrayal nevertheless. With heavy hearts, we shouldered our packs and headed south, toward what we hoped was safety. The forest seemed to resist our departure. Paths that should have been familiar appeared altered. Landmarks we had noted on our inbound journey mysteriously absent or displaced. Jack checked his compass obsessively, his confusion growing with each reading. This doesn't make sense, he muttered after our third hour of walking. We should have reached the service road by now. Vincent examined the compass himself, tapping the face with mounting frustration. It's malfunctioning. Needles spinning. Like in the journal, Kimberly noted, voicing what we all were thinking. We paused to drink water and assess our situation. The day was advancing, shadows lengthening as afternoon progressed toward evening. The prospect of spending another night in these woods filled me with dread. We keep moving, Jack decided. South by the sun. We have to hit a boundary eventually. As we prepared to continue, a sound echoed through the trees. A distant, agonized cry that might have been a name or a plea, or merely the wind distorted by the acoustic properties of the forest. We froze, straining to identify its source. That came from behind us, Irene whispered. Owen? Kimberly suggested hopefully. The sound came again, clearer this time, unmistakably human, unmistakably distressed, and unmistakably Owen's voice. Help! Anyone! Jack immediately dropped his pack. That's him. We have to go back. Wait, Vincent grabbed his arm. Think about this. We've been walking for hours. That sound should be miles behind us. So we've been going in circles, Jack snapped. All the more reason to respond. Or something's mimicking his voice, I suggested quietly. Drawing us back. The possibility hung in the air like poison gas, contaminating our hope with paralyzing doubt. The cry came a third time, closer now, accompanied by the distinct sound of undergrowth being disturbed, something large moving rapidly through the trees. Run, Vincent said simply. We abandoned any pretense of methodical navigation, fleeing southward with desperate speed. The terrain fought us every step. Hidden roots threatened to trip us, low branches whipped at our faces, thorny undergrowth tore at our clothing. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit grew steadily louder, crashing vegetation, snapping branches, and occasionally, horrifically, Owen's voice calling for help in increasingly distorted tones. I risked a glance backward and immediately wished I hadn't. A figure moved among the trees perhaps 50 yards behind, tall and lean, its proportions subtly wrong, its movements too fluid for a human frame. I couldn't distinguish features, just an impression of unnatural height and purpose. "Don't look back!" I gasped to the others. "Keep moving!" We pushed harder, abandoning any hope of maintaining direction beyond a way. Lungs burning, muscles screaming with exertion, we crashed through the forest like panicked deer. Abruptly, Jack, who had taken the lead, skidded to a halt. We nearly collided with him, struggling to understand why he had stopped until we saw what lay ahead. A sheer rock face rising 30 feet, forming an impassable barrier. "No," Irene moaned. "No, no, no." "This way." Jack pointed left, following the cliff face. "There has to be a way around." We followed, the sounds of pursuit momentarily fading. The cliff curved gradually, leading us westward instead of south. After several hundred yards, the formation broke, revealing a narrow fissure in the rock, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. "In here," Jack directed, already shifting to enter the gap. One by one we followed, scraping against rough stone as we edged into the crevice. The passage extended perhaps 20 feet before opening into a small grotto surrounded by high stone walls. The space offered concealment, but also a potential trap, only one way in or out. We huddled in the deepest part of the recess, breathing heavily, listening for signs of our pursuer. Minutes passed in tense silence. "Do you think we lost it?" Kimberly whispered eventually. Before anyone could respond, a shadow fell across the entrance to our hiding place. Something large was moving outside the fissure, blocking the limited light that penetrated our refuge. We pressed ourselves against the rear wall, scarcely daring to breathe. A sound reached us. Not footsteps exactly, but a subtle shifting of weight on stone. Then, most terrifying of all, a low vocalization unlike anything I had ever heard. Part whisper, part growl, with the unmistakable cadence of attempted speech. It knew we were here. It was trying to communicate. The shadow at the entrance shifted, elongated fingers probing into the narrow gap, testing whether the space would accommodate its frame. Finding the passage too constricted, the appendage withdrew. We remained frozen, uncertain whether the entity had departed or was simply waiting for us to emerge. As daylight gradually dimmed, the question became increasingly academic. We would eventually need to leave our sanctuary or face spending the night without shelter, food, or adequate water. "We wait until full dark," Jack whispered. "Then make a break for it. It might have more trouble tracking us at night. Or it might have perfect night vision," Vincent countered grimly. "We don't know what we're dealing with." "We can't stay here indefinitely," I pointed out. In the end, necessity dictated our decision. As night fell completely, we prepared to venture out, agreeing to move as silently as possible and stay together at all costs. Jack would lead, followed by Kimberly, Irene, myself, and Vincent bringing up the rear. We would head due south again, using the stars for navigation since our compass had proven unreliable. One by one, we squeezed back through the fissure, emerging into a forest transformed by darkness. The canopy blocked most starlight, leaving us in near total blackness. We moved by touch more than sight, maintaining contact with the person ahead through a hand on shoulder or backpack. Progress was agonizingly slow, each step taken with excruciating care to avoid creating noise. The forest had fallen into its nighttime rhythm, punctuated by occasional rustling or distant calls of nocturnal creatures. The resumed presence of normal wildlife sounds provided small comfort. Perhaps our pursuer had indeed moved on. We had been moving for perhaps 30 minutes when Vincent suddenly gripped my shoulder, stopping me in my tracks. The halt propagated forward through our human chain until we all stood motionless. "Listen," Vincent breathed against my ear. At first I heard nothing unusual. Then, faintly but unmistakably, came the sound of rhythmic movement through the forest. not directly behind us, but paralleling our course some distance to our right. It's flanking us, I realized aloud. The night suddenly seemed alive with subtle sounds, movement from multiple directions, as though we were being encircled by several entities moving with coordinated purpose. Change direction, Jack whispered from ahead. Left, 90 degrees. We adjusted our course, moving eastward now, hoping to break through whatever pattern was developing around us. For several minutes, the strategy seemed to work. The sounds of pursuit faded slightly. Then Kimberly gasped. "I see light ahead." Indeed, a faint glow was visible through the trees. Not the harsh beam of a flashlight or headlamp, but a softer illumination like distant firelight. "Could be campers," Irene suggested hopefully. "Other people." "Or a trap," Vincent cautioned. "We have to check," Jack decided. "If there are other people, they might help us." We advanced cautiously toward the light source. As we drew nearer, the forest began to look strangely familiar. The spacing of trees, the pattern of undergrowth. With sickening certainty, I realized where we were moments before we broke through the final line of trees into the circular clearing where we had first made camp. The stone circle at the center glowed with embers of a recently abandoned fire, one we had not lit before our departure hours earlier. "This is impossible," Kimberly whispered. "We've been walking away from here all day." Yet the evidence was undeniable. Through some inexplicable distortion of geography or perception, we had returned to our starting point. More disturbing still was what awaited us in the clearing. Our tents, which we had disassembled and packed, stood erected exactly as before. Our gear, which should have been on our backs, lay arranged neatly beside each shelter. And seated on a log beside the glowing embers, his back to us, was a figure we all recognized instantly. Owen. "Owen!" Kimberly called out, relief overwhelming caution as she rushed forward. The rest of us followed more hesitantly, instinctive joy at finding our missing friend tempered by the sheer impossibility of the situation. Owen turned slowly at Kimberly's approach. In the dim light, his features were obscured, but something about his posture seemed wrong. Too rigid, too controlled. "Stop," Vincent warned, grabbing Kimberly's arm before she could reach Owen. "Something's not right." Owen stood, his movements strangely fluid. When he spoke, his voice sounded normal, yet somehow hollow, as if emanating from a recording rather than a living throat. "You came back," he observed. "They said you would." "They?" Jack questioned, taking a half-step backward. "Who's they, Owen?" Owen gestured toward the surrounding forest. "The Watchers, the Keepers. They've been here long before this was a forest reserve. Long before there were roads or towns or boundaries." I studied Owen carefully, noting subtle abnormalities that became more apparent as my eyes adjusted to the low light. His skin had an unusual pallor, and his eyes reflected the firelight differently than they should have. Too bright, too constant. "What happened to you?" I asked quietly. "Where have you been?" "Everywhere in here is the same place," Owen replied with unnerving serenity. "The boundaries are permeable, fluid. They let me understand that." "We need to get out of here," Irene whispered urgently. "All of us. Right now." Owen shook his head slowly. "No one leaves anymore. That's why they make the markings, not to keep something in, but to keep awareness contained. This place is different. Special. It changes you if you stay long enough. The journal we found," Jack ventured. "Gregory Wilson. Did you meet him?" "Gregory," Owen repeated, as though tasting the name. "Yes. He understood, too, eventually. He's still here, in a manner of speaking." The implications of that statement sent ice through my veins. I scanned the clearing's edge, suddenly certain we were being observed by multiple entities concealed just beyond the firelight's reach. "Owen." Vincent stepped forward, his voice deliberately calm. "We're going to take you home now, back to your family." Something shifted in Owen's expression. A momentary flicker of his former self breaking through whatever had taken hold of him. Family, he murmured. I remember. Family. That's right, Vincent encouraged. Your parents. Your sister. They're waiting for you. Owen's face contorted briefly, genuine distress replacing the unnatural calm. I can't. They won't let. The boundaries. His words dissolved into incoherence as he clutched his head, swaying slightly. Taking advantage of the moment, Vincent lunged forward, grabbing Owen's arm. Now! We're leaving now! Owen's reaction was immediate and horrifying. He straightened with inhuman swiftness, eyes widening to an impossible degree. When he spoke again, his voice had changed completely. Deeper, resonant, layered with multiple tones speaking in unison. You cannot leave. The words seemed to physically impact us, reverberating through the clearing with such force that we staggered backward. The embers in the stone circle flared suddenly, casting grotesque, elongated shadows across the ground. From the forest surrounding us came movement. Tall, slender figures emerging partially from behind trees, their forms distorted and incomplete, as though reality itself struggled to manifest them properly in our perception. The Watchers, Kimberly breathed. Owen, or whatever now controlled Owen, extended an arm toward the figures. They have maintained this place for millennia. A sanctuary, a crossing point. You have been chosen to understand. Understand what? Jack demanded, his voice cracking with fear and defiance. That reality is malleable. That consciousness can exist beyond your limited perception. That boundaries between worlds are not fixed, but negotiable. As these words echoed through the clearing, the tall figures began a slow, deliberate advance. Their movements were synchronized yet individually distinct, creating a hypnotic visual rhythm that made focusing on any single entity nearly impossible. Run! Vincent shouted, breaking the momentary paralysis that had gripped us. We scattered, abandoning any pretense of coordinated escape. I sprinted toward what appeared to be a gap between approaching figures, dimly aware of the others similarly fleeing in different directions. The forest beyond the clearing had transformed once more. Trees that had stood as solid barriers now seemed insubstantial, their positions shifting subtly as I ran. The ground beneath my feet periodically undulated, as though the earth itself had become liquid. Behind me, I heard Kimberly scream, a sound cut short with unnatural abruptness. To my left, Jack's voice called out in confusion, seeming to distort and echo as though passing through some acoustic prism. I ran blindly, lungs burning, branches whipping across my face. The forest appeared to rearrange itself around me, pathways opening and closing without warning, forcing constant course corrections. After what seemed like hours, but might have been minutes, I found myself in a small depression surrounded by dense underbrush. Exhausted and disoriented, I crouched there, struggling to control my breathing as I strained to detect signs of pursuit. The forest had fallen silent again. That same unnatural quiet we had first noticed upon entering Bradbury. No wind stirred the leaves, no animals called. Even the typical sounds of insects had ceased. As my racing heart gradually slowed, rational thought began to reassert itself. My friends were scattered, possibly captured. I had no equipment, no water, no means of navigation. And I was trapped in what increasingly appeared to be some kind of spatial anomaly, where conventional geography had become meaningless. I needed information, understanding, some framework that might help me survive this nightmare and potentially help the others. The journal we had found suddenly seemed crucial. If Gregory Wilson had learned something about this place before he became part of it, as Owen had implied, perhaps his writings contained insights that could prove salvational. Decision made, I began a careful return toward the clearing. Rather than moving directly, I circled widely, approaching from a different angle than my initial flight. The terrain seemed more stable now, as though whatever distortion had affected it earlier had temporarily subsided. As I neared the clearing's edge, I maintained cover behind a massive fallen tree, peering cautiously over its mossy surface. The scene before me defied rational explanation. The clearing now contained a structure that had not been there before. A crude shelter assembled from branches and leaves, yet arranged with geometric precision that no human builder would conceive. Around this shelter moved several figures, including Owen and what appeared to be Irene, though her movements suggested the same unnatural control that had manifested in Owen earlier. Of the tall entities, there was no sign, yet their presence remained palpable, an invisible influence directing the activities in the clearing. Most disturbing was an object at the center of the activity. Gregory Wilson's backpack, its contents spread across a flat stone. The journal lay open, additional pages being filled with fresh writing, Irene's hand moving across the paper with mechanical precision while Owen stood watching. They were documenting something, adding to the record. I needed to retrieve that journal, but direct approach seemed suicidal. I would have to wait for an opportunity. Perhaps nightfall would provide better cover. As I considered options, a twig snapped behind me. I turned slowly, expecting to face one of the watchers. Instead, I found Vincent crouched several yards away, his face scratched and dirty, but his eyes clear and focused. He motioned for silence, then carefully made his way to my position. "Jack and Kimberly?" I whispered when he reached me. Vincent shook his head grimly. "Saw Jack being led back to the clearing about 20 minutes ago. No sign of Kimberly." "What are they?" I asked, indicating the clearing with a slight gesture. "Not sure they're anything we have words for," Vincent replied. "But I found something while running. A structure. Man-made, not like whatever they built there. Concrete foundation, metal door, about half a mile east. Looks like some kind of research station or monitoring post." Hope flickered briefly. "Government? Military?" "Abandoned, but not for long. Equipment inside still looks functional, and there are documents, reports dating back decades about anomalous activity in this sector. That's why it was closed to the public." "The ranger Jack mentioned," I realized. "There probably never was one." Vincent nodded. "He found this place online somehow, information that was never supposed to be public." "We need to get back to that structure," I decided. "If it's man-made, it might offer protection, maybe even communication equipment." "First, we need that journal," Vincent countered, nodding toward the clearing. "And I think I know how to create a diversion." Vincent's plan was simple but dangerous. He would circle around to the opposite side of the clearing and create a disturbance significant enough to draw attention away from the journal. During the confusion, I would dash in, grab the journal and anything else useful, then retreat toward the east where Vincent would rejoin me. Together, we would make for the concrete structure he had discovered. We synchronized our watches and agreed on a 15-minute window for Vincent to get into position. Then, with a silent nod, he disappeared into the underbrush, moving with surprising stealth for someone of his size. I focused on controlling my breathing, mentally rehearsing my route into and out of the clearing. The journal lay approximately 30 yards from my position, an exposed sprint that would leave me vulnerable for crucial seconds. Time crawled by with excruciating slowness. In the clearing, Owen and Irene continued their methodical documentation, while Jack sat unnaturally still beside the shelter, his expression vacant, occasionally murmuring words I couldn't distinguish at this distance. As the agreed time approached, I tensed, ready to move at the first sign of Vincent's diversion. Seconds ticked past the appointed moment with no disturbance. 1 minute. 2. I began to fear Vincent had been captured or worse. Then, with startling suddenness, a series of explosions erupted from the far side of the clearing. Not actual detonations, I realized, but the sound of Vincent striking trees with some heavy implement in rapid succession, creating a thunderous barrage that echoed through the forest. The effect on the clearing was immediate. Owen and Irene snapped upright, their movements suddenly jerky and uncoordinated, as though conflicting commands were being transmitted through their bodies. Jack remained seated, but turned his head with robotic precision toward the sound. More significantly, shapes began to materialize at the forest's edge. The tall watchers, now more physically substantial than before, moving with alarming speed toward the source of the disturbance. I didn't waste the opportunity. Launching from my concealment, I sprinted across open ground toward the stone where the journal lay. The sensation of exposure was overwhelming, a certainty that at any moment attention would shift back to the clearing and I would be discovered. Reaching the stone, I snatched up the journal and several loose pages covered with fresh writing. Only then did I notice what had been concealed beneath them. A handheld radio, military grade by the look of it, presumably from Gregory Wilson's original equipment. I grabbed this as well, shoving everything into my shirt before turning to flee eastward as planned. As I spun around, I found myself face to face with Jack, who had risen and moved behind me with terrifying silence. His eyes, once familiar, now reflected the same hollow occupation I had observed in Owen. When he spoke, his voice carried that same layered quality. "You cannot take the knowledge," he stated, reaching for my throat with hands that no longer moved like human appendages. Instinct rather than conscious decision drove my response. I ducked under his grasp and drove my shoulder into his midsection, using his own rigidity against him. Jack toppled backward, his movements uncoordinated, giving me precious seconds to sprint toward the eastern perimeter. I didn't look back as I crashed through the underbrush, focused solely on putting distance between myself and the clearing. The sounds of pursuit were immediate: crashing vegetation, that distinctive fluid movement that characterized the watchers, and worst of all, voices calling my name in perfect imitations of my friends. Vincent and I had established an emergency rendezvous point, a lightning-struck tree approximately 200 yards from the clearing. I headed there directly, praying he had escaped whatever response his diversion had triggered. To my immense relief, Vincent was already waiting, his breathing heavy, a large branch still clutched in his right hand, the implement he had used to create his percussion-based distraction. "Got it?" he gasped as I approached. I nodded, displaying the journal and radio briefly before continuing past him. "No time. They're right behind me." Together we fled eastward, Vincent leading with confident navigation despite the uniform appearance of the surrounding forest. The sounds of pursuit continued, sometimes seeming to fade only to resurge with alarming proximity moments later. "How much farther?" I managed between labored breaths. "Close," Vincent responded. 2 minutes if we maintain pace." We pushed harder, ignoring burning muscles and the stitch developing in my side. The forest began to thin slightly, indicating some change in the terrain ahead. Then, suddenly, we broke through into a small clearing dominated by a concrete structure approximately the size of a garden shed. Its weathered surface was discolored by years of exposure, but the metal door set into its face appeared solid and recent. Vincent reached it first, yanking the handle. It opened with surprising ease, revealing a dim interior illuminated only by what little daylight penetrated through narrow observation slits in the walls. We ducked inside, Vincent pulling the door closed behind us. A heavy locking mechanism engaged automatically, the solid thunk providing momentary reassurance. As my eyes adjusted to the dimness, I took in our surroundings. The space was utilitarian. Concrete floor, metal shelving along one wall holding various equipment, a desk with monitoring devices, some powered down, others displaying static-filled screens. "What is this place?" I whispered, though logically there was no need for quiet inside these walls. "Some kind of research outpost," Vincent replied, moving to examine the equipment. "Been monitoring whatever happens in those woods for decades, judging by the paperwork." I extracted the journal and radio from my shirt, placing them on the desk beside what appeared to be a logbook. The most recent entry was dated just 3 weeks earlier, evidence that someone had been maintaining this facility until very recently. "Try the radio," Vincent suggested, continuing his examination of the monitoring equipment. I picked up the device, noting its military-style construction and frequency settings far outside normal civilian bands. With nothing to lose, I activated it and pressed the transmit button. "This is a survivor in Bradbury Eastern Sector," I began, uncertain how to identify myself. "If anyone monitors this frequency, we need emergency extraction. Unknown entities have taken control of several individuals." We are currently sheltering in a concrete monitoring post approximately half a mile east of the main clearing. I released the button, listening for any response. Static crackled from the speaker, occasionally punctuated by electronic tones that didn't correspond to human speech. "Anything useful in the journal?" Vincent asked, giving up on the monitoring equipment and joining me at the desk. I opened Wilson's journal, scanning the most recent entries we hadn't had time to read earlier, then continuing to the pages that had been added today, written in Irene's distinctive handwriting but clearly not originating from her consciousness. The content was disturbing. Detailed descriptions of what the entities called integration, the process by which human awareness was subsumed into their collective consciousness. According to these writings, the forest itself was merely the physical manifestation of a much larger phenomenon, a region where the boundaries between different states of reality had grown thin through some combination of natural factors and deliberate manipulation. "They've been here for centuries," I summarized for Vincent, "using this location as a kind of bridgehead into our reality. They can't leave the forest directly, but they can extend their influence through human proxies who've undergone integration. Like Owen and the others," Vincent concluded grimly. "Exactly. And they've been doing this gradually, carefully, to avoid detection. Gregory Wilson wasn't their first victim, just the most recent before us." A sudden impact against the exterior door interrupted our discussion. Something struck the metal surface with tremendous force, leaving a visible dent in the previously solid barrier. "They found us," Vincent stated unnecessarily, backing away from the door. Another impact followed, then another, each blow more forceful than the last. The door began to deform inward, the locking mechanism straining against forces it was never designed to withstand. "Options?" I asked, scanning the room desperately for weapons or alternate exits. Vincent pointed to a hatch in the ceiling I hadn't noticed previously. "Roof access, maintenance entry." He dragged a metal cabinet beneath the hatch, climbing up to push it open. Outside light flooded in as the panel swung upward. "Go!" Vincent urged, offering his interlaced fingers as a step to boost me up. As I scrambled through the opening onto the structure's roof, a final tremendous blow struck the door, tearing it partially from its hinges. Through the gap, I glimpsed elongated figures pressing inward, their forms still resistant to direct perception even in broad daylight. Vincent followed me through the hatch moments later, slamming it closed behind him. The concrete roof offered temporary sanctuary, but no escape route. A 6-foot drop surrounded the structure on all sides, with open ground extending several yards before the forest resumed. "Now what?" I asked, the hopelessness of our situation becoming increasingly apparent. Before Vincent could respond, the radio I still clutched suddenly crackled to life. "Unidentified persons at Bradbury Monitoring Station. This is Containment Team Echo. We have your position. ETA 3 minutes. Seek cover and prepare for extraction." Hope surged through me as I keyed the transmit button. "Confirmed. 2 survivors on the roof of the monitoring station. Hostiles currently breaching the structure from below." "Understood. Maintain position." Vincent and I exchanged looks of cautious optimism, tempered by awareness that our situation remained precarious. Below us, sounds of destruction indicated the entities had fully penetrated the interior and would likely discover the roof access momentarily. 3 minutes is a long time, Vincent observed, scanning the tree line for any sign of approaching rescue. As if in response to his doubt, a rhythmic thumping sound became audible from the north, the unmistakable percussion of helicopter rotors approaching rapidly. The hatch beneath our feet began to vibrate as something struck it from below. We backed away, moving to the edge of the roof furthest from the access point. The helicopter appeared over the tree line, a black military model without identifying markings. It descended rapidly toward our position, hovering approximately 20 feet above the structure, a rope ladder deployed from the side door dangling within reach. "Go!" Vincent shouted over the rotor noise, pushing me toward the ladder. I grabbed the lowest rung just as the roof hatch burst open, a grotesquely elongated arm extending upward. Vincent kicked at the appendage before turning to follow me up the ladder. As we climbed, the helicopter began to rise, creating distance between us and the entities now emerging onto the roof. Looking down, I witnessed something I will never be able to adequately describe. The watchers fully visible in daylight, their forms somehow existing in multiple states simultaneously, parts of them solid while others appeared translucent or distorted, as though reality itself rejected their complete manifestation. More disturbing were the human figures emerging behind them. Owen, Jack, Irene, all moving with that same unnatural coordination, their eyes fixed upward with expressions of collective purpose. We reached the helicopter door, pulled inside by efficient hands belonging to personnel in tactical gear. As I collapsed onto a bench seat, exhaustion finally overcoming adrenaline, I caught a final glimpse of the scene below through the open door. The watchers had gathered at the edge of the clearing, their forms now eerily still, watching our departure with what I can only describe as patient certainty. They made no attempt to pursue or interfere, as though confident in some knowledge beyond our comprehension. The door slid closed, sealing us in comparative safety as the helicopter banked sharply away from the forest. A figure in a white lab coat approached, checking us briefly for injuries before administering sedatives without asking permission. As consciousness began to fade, I heard Vincent asking questions I knew would likely never receive truthful answers. "Who are you people? What were those things? How long have you known about them?" The last thing I remember before darkness claimed me was the lab-coated figure's clinical response. "Those are matters of national security, sir. Rest assured, everything that happened in there will be properly contained." I awoke 3 days later in a military medical facility, diagnosed with exhaustion, dehydration, and what my attending physician called stress-induced cognitive dissonance. Vincent was gone, transferred elsewhere, according to the staff who refused to provide additional details. During my 2-week mandatory observation period, I was debriefed repeatedly by individuals who never identified their agency affiliations. I told my story consistently, omitting nothing, watching as they exchanged glances at certain details. They informed me that search parties had found no trace of my missing friends, despite thorough sweeps of Bradbury State Forest. The eastern sector had been permanently closed due to environmental contamination, with security measures implemented to prevent unauthorized access. Upon my eventual release, I was required to sign numerous non-disclosure agreements with penalties severe enough to ensure my silence. My personal electronics had been sanitized of any data related to the trip, including photographs taken before we entered the forest. I returned to my apartment to find my research materials on Bradbury, limited as they had been, completely removed. A final warning came in the form of an unmarked envelope containing a single typed message. "The incident at Bradbury Eastern Sector has been classified. Further investigation or discussion will result in immediate intervention. This is your only notification." That was 6 months ago. I've moved 3 times since then, changing jobs and severing connections with anyone who might associate me with the events I've described. I write this account knowing it may never be read, storing it in fragments across multiple secure platforms. Sometimes I think I see them, tall, elongated figures at the periphery of my vision, gone when I turn to look directly. And occasionally, when the phone rings late at night and I answer to silence, I'm certain I hear breathing with that same layered quality that emanated from my friends after they changed. They're patient, they're watching, and they're spreading beyond the boundaries that once contained them. The worst part isn't the fear or the isolation or even the gnawing uncertainty about what really happened to my friends. It's the growing suspicion that perhaps I didn't escape after all, that something fundamental changed in me during those hours in Bradbury Forest. Something still unfolding in ways too subtle to detect until it's far too late. God help us all if what was contained there truly breaks free. This is an encounter I experienced back in the winter of 2013. My parents had just purchased a secluded cabin in the eastern Appalachian Mountains, seeking solitude after decades of urban life. The property sprawled across 7 acres of densely wooded terrain, with a winding gravel driveway that stretched nearly a mile from what locals generously called the main road. Our nearest neighbor lived approximately 2 miles away as a crow would fly, but almost 5 miles by the actual mountain roads. The cabin itself was a sturdy 2-story structure perched on the northern slope of the mountain, with large windows designed to capture the breathtaking valley views. During daylight hours, the panorama was indeed magnificent. As night fell, however, those same windows transformed into black mirrors reflecting only the interior lights, while the surrounding forest disappeared into absolute darkness. My parents had begun the arduous process of relocating from their suburban home. They planned to make several trips to transport their belongings rather than hiring professional movers, partly to save money and partly because the remote location made larger moving trucks impractical on the narrow mountain roads. By mid-January, they had completed about half the move. My father needed to return to the city to finalize some paperwork with his former employer and collect the remaining essentials they'd need for the winter months. My mother had intended to accompany him, but I volunteered to stay at the cabin instead. I was 28 then, between jobs, and thought the solitude might help me reflect on my next career move. "Call us if anything comes up," my father said as he prepared to leave. "Cell reception is spotty, but the landline should work fine." "I'll be back tomorrow evening," my mother added, embracing me before following my father to their truck. "There's plenty of food in the freezer. Just be careful with the generator if the power goes out." I waved from the porch as their headlights disappeared down the winding driveway, watching until the rumble of their engine faded into silence. That was when the true weight of the isolation first settled over me. The wind whispered through the bare tree branches, and somewhere in the distance, an owl called into the gathering dusk. I stepped back inside, securing the deadbolt with an instinctive twist. The evening passed uneventfully. I heated a frozen lasagna, browsed through some old magazines my parents had brought, and eventually settled on the living room couch with my laptop to watch a downloaded movie since the internet connection hadn't yet been established. The cabin's heating system functioned efficiently, but I still maintained a fire in the wood stove more for the comforting ambiance than actual warmth. By 11 o'clock, exhaustion began to overwhelm me. The physical labor of helping my parents move boxes earlier that day, combined with the mountain elevation, left me ready for sleep. I secured the fire screen in front of the dying embers, checked that all doors were locked, and retreated to the first-floor guest bedroom where I'd temporarily set up residence. The room felt particularly peaceful. Moonlight filtered through thin curtains, casting silvery patterns across the simple furnishings. I changed into flannel pajamas, grateful for their warmth, and slipped beneath the heavy quilts. The unfamiliar creaks and settling noises of the cabin briefly kept me alert, but soon my consciousness began to drift. The first knock jolted me from deep sleep. My eyes snapped open as I struggled to orient myself in the unfamiliar darkness. The bedside clock glowed 1:17 a.m. in harsh red digits. I remained motionless, ears straining, wondering if I'd dreamed the sound. Then it came again. 3 distinct knocks against the front door's glass panel. Deliberate, forceful, unmistakable. My mind raced through possibilities. My parents returning unexpectedly. A neighbor with an emergency. But I hadn't heard a car approach, and visitors would surely call ahead given our remote location. The driveway's loose gravel announced vehicles well before they reached the house. And I'd heard nothing. The third series of knocks exceeded the previous in intensity, as though an impatient fist was demanding entry. The sound echoed through the cabin with alarming clarity. I sat upright, heart hammering against my ribs as fear crystallized into certainty. Someone was at the door, and they shouldn't be. I reached for my phone but found no signal. The mountainous terrain blocked reception in my bedroom. The landline sat in the kitchen, requiring me to cross the main living area with its wall of windows facing the front porch. The thought of moving into visibility made my throat constrict with terror. Silence followed the third knock. I waited, lungs burning from held breath, listening for footsteps on the wooden porch, for the metallic sound of someone testing the doorknob. Nothing came except the house's ordinary nighttime sounds, the refrigerator's hum, the occasional crack from the cooling wood stove. 5 minutes passed according to the glowing bedside clock. Then 10. My rational mind began suggesting explanations. A falling branch? An animal? The house settling in changing temperatures? Yet none could account for the deliberate, rhythmic quality of those knocks. I finally gathered enough courage to slide from beneath the covers. The floorboards creaked beneath my weight as I moved to the bedroom door, easing it open just enough to peer down the hallway toward the living room. Moonlight spilled through the front door's glass panels, illuminating a portion of the entryway. No shadows moved across the silvery light. No figure stood visible against the glass. With trembling fingers, I reached for the baseball bat my father had left propped in the corner, a precaution he'd insisted upon that now seemed desperately inadequate. I crept forward, each step carefully placed to minimize noise. The living room gradually came into view, empty, ordinary, bathed in the blue-white glow of moonlight on snow. I approached the front door, bat gripped tightly, and positioned myself to the side of the glass panels where I could glimpse the porch without being immediately visible. The wooden boards stretched empty in both directions. Fresh snow covered the steps leading down to the driveway, unmarked by footprints. This detail sent a wave of dread through me more intense than the knocking itself. The pristine snow meant whoever, or whatever, had knocked hadn't approached by conventional means. The only explanation was that someone had traveled through the dense forest, avoiding the driveway entirely, navigating steep terrain in darkness to reach our isolated cabin. I remained vigilant until dawn, positioned in the hallway where I could monitor both the front door and the rear entrance off the kitchen. The baseball bat rested across my knees as I sat with my back against the wall, listening to every creak and groan of the cabin. The knocking never resumed, nor did any other sounds suggest the visitor remained. When the first gray light of morning finally appeared, I performed a careful inspection of the property. The snow around the cabin remained undisturbed except for animal tracks, deer and rabbits primarily. No human footprints marked the approaches to the doors or windows. Nothing appeared disturbed or damaged. Later that afternoon, when my parents returned, I recounted the experience. My father immediately checked the property again, this time venturing further into the woods than I had dared alone. He discovered nothing unusual except for a strange arrangement of broken branches about 50 yards into the forest that he insisted must have been caused by a recent heavy snowfall. We installed motion-activated security cameras the following week. For months, I found myself startled awake at night, certain I'd heard knocking again, only to review empty footage the next morning. We never captured anything unusual on the cameras, yet during my subsequent visits to the cabin, I never again stayed there alone. What troubles me most isn't the absence of an explanation, but rather what might have happened had I answered the door. In my darkest moments, I'm grateful for the fear that kept me in bed, listening to those knocks gradually fade into the mountain's vast silence. Some visitors, I've come to believe, aren't meant to be received. Years have passed since that night. My parents still live in that cabin, having never experienced anything similar. Yet whenever I visit, I find myself listening more carefully after darkness falls, and I always check the locks twice before retiring to bed. The mountains keep their secrets well, and some questions are better left unanswered. The gentle hum of civilization faded behind me as I drove deeper into the Navajo Nation territory. Late September in northern Arizona meant perfect hiking weather, cool mornings giving way to comfortable afternoons. I'd been planning this solo expedition for months, meticulously plotting my route through some of the most remote regions of the reservation. My research had taken me through countless forums and backpacking sites. Everyone emphasized obtaining proper permits and respecting the sacred lands, which I'd done. What they mentioned less frequently were the warnings, the ones spoken in hushed tones about staying away from certain areas after dark, about strange noises, about being watched. I dismissed most of it as superstition or typical campfire stories meant to frighten tourists. I'd been backpacking for 15 years across 3 continents. I knew the real dangers of the wilderness: exposure, dehydration, injury. Those were the things that killed you, not folktales. The dirt road narrowed as I approached my destination, the rental SUV bouncing over rocks and ruts. The radio had lost reception an hour ago, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the occasional glimpse of red-tailed hawks circling overhead. The landscape was breathtaking. Towering mesas and deep canyons carved by ancient rivers, juniper and piñon pines dotting the terrain beneath a relentlessly blue sky. I arrived at the trailhead just after noon. The small parking area was empty, confirming what the ranger had told me when I collected my permit. This was low season, and I'd likely have the backcountry to myself. Perfect. The weight of my pack felt reassuring as I adjusted the straps. 65 pounds of carefully selected gear, tent, sleeping bag rated for below freezing temperatures, water filtration system, first aid kit, emergency satellite phone, food for 7 days though I only planned to be out for 5. Always prepare for the unexpected. The trail began gently enough, winding through scrubby desert flora before beginning its ascent toward higher elevations. I checked my topographical map against the GPS coordinates. My goal was to reach a small plateau by nightfall, about 8 miles in. The first few hours passed pleasantly. The solitude was a welcome change from my hectic job in the city. Out here, deadlines and meetings seemed like concepts from another world. I stopped occasionally to photograph interesting rock formations or desert wildflowers, careful to preserve the battery on my camera. Around the 4th mile, I noticed something odd, unusually large animal tracks crossing the trail. They resembled coyote prints, but were significantly larger, almost the size of a wolf's. I paused, studying them. Wolves had been reintroduced to parts of Arizona, but not in this region as far as I knew. Mountain lion, perhaps? The prints seemed canine, though. A cloud passed over the sun, casting the canyon in momentary shadow. For the first time since starting my hike, I felt a slight unease. The tracks were fresh, the edges still crisp in the sandy soil. Whatever made them had passed through recently. I continued onward, more alert now. The trail grew steeper, requiring more of my attention. By late afternoon, the temperature began to drop as the sun dipped toward the horizon. I quickened my pace, wanting to make camp before darkness fell completely. The plateau appeared ahead just as planned, offering a flat area perfect for pitching my tent. A small overhang nearby would provide shelter if the weather turned. I dropped my pack with relief and began setting up camp with practiced efficiency. As I hammered the last tent stake into the hard ground, I heard it, a sound from the darkening forest edge. Not quite a howl, not quite a scream. Something in between that raised the hair on my arms. Coyotes, I told myself. Just coyotes calling to each other as night approached. But in 15 years of backcountry hiking, I'd never heard coyotes make that sound. I finished securing my camp and started my small cooking stove. As darkness enveloped the plateau, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being observed. Every few minutes I would turn quickly, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever might be watching from the tree line. But there was only darkness and the occasional rustle of wind through juniper branches. That night, I recorded my coordinates and observations in my journal, mentioning the strange tracks and the unusual call I'd heard. I tried to be objective, scientific. This was simply another wilderness experience. But when I finally zipped myself into my sleeping bag, I kept my hunting knife closer than usual. And though I was exhausted from the day's hike, I found it difficult to close my eyes. I awoke to stillness. The pre-dawn light filtered through my tent, casting everything in a bluish glow. Something had pulled me from sleep. Not a sound, but rather the absence of it. The morning birds were silent. Rolling onto my side, I checked my watch. 5:17 a.m. Normally dawn would bring a chorus of songbirds, especially in this ecosystem. Their silence was unnerving. I unzipped my sleeping bag and reached for my boots, careful to shake them out first, a habit formed after finding a scorpion in one years ago during a trip in New Mexico. As I laced them, I noticed my breath fogging in the early morning chill. The temperature had dropped more than forecasted overnight. Outside the tent, the plateau was shrouded in thin ground fog that curled around the juniper trees and rocks. Beautiful, but adding to the eerie silence. I reached for my camera only to find the battery completely drained. Strange. I'd charged it fully before leaving and had taken maybe 20 photos yesterday. Moving to the edge of my campsite, I surveyed the surrounding area. The fog limited visibility, but something immediately caught my attention. A circle of disturbed earth around my entire campsite, as if something had paced a perimeter during the night. The tracks were the same as those I'd seen on the trail yesterday, only more numerous, overlapping in places. My skin prickled. Whatever had made those tracks had surrounded my tent while I slept. Studying them more closely, I noticed an odd characteristic. They approached from the north, circled my camp, but never crossed into the area where I'd hung my food bag from a tree limb. Methodically, I photographed the tracks using my phone camera, placing my boot beside them for scale. They measured roughly 5 inches long and 3 inches wide, far too large for a coyote and unusually shaped for a wolf. The pattern of movement suggested an intelligent predator, one that had been observing me. I decided to adjust my itinerary. Instead of pushing deeper into the backcountry as planned, I would stay at this camp for another night, set up trail cameras, and try to identify whatever animal was stalking the area. If it was a predator with unusual behavior, other hikers should be warned. After a quick breakfast, I gathered what I needed for a day hike: water, energy bars, first aid kit, map, compass, knife. I'd scout the immediate area, looking for more signs of the animal. About a half-mile from camp, I found what appeared to be a kill site: scattered feathers from a wild turkey and disturbed ground. But something was off. The feathers were arranged in an almost deliberate pattern, and there were no bones or blood visible. It resembled a hunter's display more than a natural predator's feeding ground. Further on, I discovered a small spring feeding into a clear pool, perfect for replenishing my water supply later. But at the edge of the pool, pushed into the mud, was something that stopped me cold. A small handmade doll fashioned from twigs and sinew, with feathers that matched those from the kill site. I stood absolutely still, listening. This was no animal sign. Someone else was in these woods. The realization hit me with physical force. I wasn't tracking an animal. I was being tracked by a person. Every wilderness instinct screamed danger. I photographed the doll without touching it, then backed away from the spring, scanning constantly for movement. My mind raced through possibilities. A hunter? But it wasn't hunting season. Another hiker playing an elaborate prank? Unlikely in this remote area. A local resident? The nearest dwelling was over 20 miles away according to my maps. As I made my way back to camp, moving as quietly as possible, I noticed other signs I'd missed earlier. Broken branches at consistent heights, small arrangements of stones that couldn't be natural, trail markers of some kind perhaps, all seemingly pointing toward my campsite. I reached the plateau by midday, half expecting to find my tent ransacked, but everything was as I'd left it, with one chilling difference. The perimeter of tracks had been refreshed. Something or someone had circled my camp again while I was away. The satellite phone showed no signal when I tried it. I would need to climb higher for reception. The mesa about 2 miles to the west should work. But something told me leaving my camp again would be dangerous. Whatever was out there seemed to be growing bolder, approaching whenever I was absent. I spent the afternoon reinforcing my campsite, gathering rocks to create a small wall around the tent, fashioning alarms from my cooking gear that would sound if disturbed. I collected extra firewood, building a larger than usual campfire. Fire, at least, was a universal deterrent to both animals and humans, with ill intent. As sundown approached, I sat with my back against a large boulder, facing the densest part of the forest edge. The fire crackled reassuringly, pushing back the gathering darkness. I kept my hunting knife on my belt and had a heavy walking stick across my lap. Then, as the first stars appeared overhead, I heard it again, that sound that was neither howl nor scream. But this time it was answered by another, from the opposite direction. There were at least 2 of them out there, and they were coordinating. Night descended fully, bringing with it a penetrating cold that seeped through my layers. The fire cast dancing shadows across the plateau, creating illusory movements at the periphery of my vision. Each time I turned to look, there was nothing there. just darkness beyond the firelight. I checked my watch. 10:42 p.m. The sounds had stopped over an hour ago, but the feeling of being observed had only intensified. I fed more wood into the fire, watching sparks spiral upward toward stars that seemed impossibly bright and distant. The crack of a branch breaking in the forest made me jolt upright. A definite sound, not imagined. I strained to peer into the darkness, gripping my walking stick tighter. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin in the vast silence. "I know someone's out there." No response came, but the forest seemed to grow even quieter, as if holding its breath. I stood, moving closer to the fire, its heat at my back. "I'm armed," I announced, which wasn't entirely a lie. My hunting knife and walking stick would provide some defense, at least. Something moved at the edge of the firelight, a shadow detaching itself from the greater darkness. I raised my walking stick defensively. The figure remained just beyond clear visibility, a silhouette that seemed to shift and change as I tried to focus on it. "What do you want?" I demanded, forcing authority into my voice. The figure remained motionless for what felt like minutes. Then, deliberately, it raised an arm and pointed directly at me. A cloud passed over the moon, plunging the plateau into deeper darkness. When it passed, the figure was gone. I spun in a complete circle, scanning the perimeter, but saw nothing. Whatever had been there had vanished without sound. Sleep was out of the question now. I maintained the fire through the night, jumping at every sound. The calls of night birds, the rustle of wind through juniper branches, the occasional distant cry that might have been an animal, or might have been something else entirely. By dawn, exhaustion had taken its toll. My eyes burned and every muscle ached from maintained tension. But I had survived the night without further incident. As light gradually returned to the world, I surveyed my surroundings. The tracks were back, fresh ones, forming that same circular pattern around my camp. But these seemed different somehow. The gait longer, as if whatever made them had been running. And there were marks in the sandy soil that looked disturbingly like human handprints, as if someone had been crawling. I needed to leave. Whatever game was being played, I wanted no further part in it. I began breaking camp efficiently, packing my gear with practiced speed. The original plan had been to spend 5 days in the backcountry, but one night had been enough. I would hike back to the trailhead today, no matter how long it took. As I dismantled my tent, something caught my eye. A small object hanging from a nearby tree branch that hadn't been there the night before. Drawing closer, I saw it was another twig doll, similar to the one I'd found at the spring, but this one had something dark smeared across its surface. The realization of what it was hit me with visceral force. Blood. Still tacky, not fully dried. I abandoned the half-folded tent and grabbed my already packed essentials: water, emergency supplies, phone, and knife. The rest I would leave behind. Weight would only slow me down, and speed now seemed vital. The trail back would take me through a narrow canyon for about 3 miles before opening to wider terrain. I set off at a fast pace, constantly checking over my shoulder. The morning was clear, the sun already warming the desert air, creating a deceptive sense of normalcy. About a mile from camp, I spotted something on the trail ahead. A small pile of stones arranged in a deliberate pattern. I gave it wide berth, cutting through the brush instead of following the trail at that point. My progress was slower, but felt safer somehow. The canyon loomed ahead, its walls rising steeply on either side. I hesitated at its entrance. The confined space would offer little opportunity for evasion if I encountered trouble. But it was the most direct route back, and diverging would mean additional miles through rough terrain. I entered the canyon, moving as quietly as possible while maintaining a brisk pace. The walls narrowed as I progressed, in some places barely 10 feet apart. Shadows clung to the rock face despite the mid-morning sun. Every sound, my footsteps, my breathing, the occasional dislodged pebble, seemed magnified in the enclosed space. Halfway through, I heard it, a scraping sound from above. I pressed myself against the canyon wall, looking up. Against the strip of blue sky visible between the canyon walls, a figure moved, following my progress from above. The silhouette was unmistakably human in basic form, but something about its movement was wrong. Too fluid, almost predatory. I abandoned all pretense of stealth and ran, stumbling over loose rocks, driven by pure instinct. Behind me came that sound again. Not quite a howl, not quite a scream, echoing off the canyon walls until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. The canyon widened gradually, offering hope. The trailhead couldn't be more than 5 miles away now, if I could maintain this pace. A flash of movement to my right. Something was paralleling my course, moving through the sparse trees with impossible speed. I caught glimpses only. A dark shape, sometimes upright, sometimes on all fours. Whatever it wasn't alone. Another shadow moved on the left side of the trail. They were hurting me. The realization that I was being deliberately corralled sent a surge of adrenaline through my system. This wasn't random. Whatever or whoever these figures were, they were coordinating, using classic predator tactics. I'd seen wolves do this with elk, coyotes with deer. Never had I imagined being on the receiving end of such a strategy. I stopped abruptly, refusing to be herded further. The trail ahead bent sharply around a large boulder formation, a perfect ambush point. Instead of continuing forward, I veered left, scrambling up a steep scree slope toward higher ground. The loose rocks slid beneath my boots, but I clawed my way upward, driven by desperate energy. From above, I could better assess my situation. The trail I'd abandoned continued through increasingly narrow terrain before opening to a small box canyon, exactly where they'd been driving me. A dead end. My change in direction had momentarily confused my pursuers. I caught sight of one figure emerging from behind a juniper thicket, clearly searching. Even from my elevated position, details were difficult to discern. The figure was human-shaped but moved with an awkward, loping gait that reminded me of an injured animal. I had perhaps a minute before they spotted me. Checking my location against my mental map, I realized there was an alternative route back to the trailhead. A game trail that skirted a ridgeline about half a mile east. It would be challenging terrain, but navigable, and more importantly, unexpected. Moving as silently as possible across the ridge, I kept low, using the scattered piñon pines for cover. The sun beat down mercilessly now, and my water supply was running dangerously low. I'd left most of it with my abandoned gear, a decision I now regretted. Below, one of the figures let out that distinctive cry again, quickly answered by another from further away. They'd realized their quarry had escaped the planned route. The hunt would intensify now. I pushed on, ignoring the burning in my thighs and the raw spots forming on my heels. The game trail appeared ahead, faint but discernible, winding around the contour of the ridge before descending toward more level ground. According to my map, it would eventually intersect with an old Forest Service road that led back to the main trailhead. Moving onto the trail provided easier going, but less cover. I maintained a steady jog, conserving energy while putting distance between myself and my pursuers. Their calls had grown more distant, but I couldn't afford to assume I'd lost them. Around midday, the trail descended into a small valley dotted with ancient petroglyph-covered boulders. Under different circumstances, I would have stopped to examine these fascinating artifacts. Now, they only added to my unease. Many depicted what appeared to be elongated human figures with animal features, the ancient Navajo representations of skinwalkers. I paused briefly in the shadow of a large boulder, allowing myself a few precious sips of water. Checking my phone, I still had no service and the battery was at 37%. The satellite phone remained in my abandoned pack, another critical error. I had maybe 6 hours of daylight left and the trailhead was still roughly 8 miles away. Possible, but challenging. A scatter of pebbles from above was my only warning. I dove sideways just as something landed where I'd been sitting. Rolling to my feet, I found myself face to face with one of my pursuers. The figure was human, a man of indeterminate age, dressed in tattered clothing that might once have been hiking gear similar to my own. His skin was deeply weathered, covered in what appeared to be mud or ash in intricate patterns. But it was his eyes that froze me in place, yellow-green with vertical pupils like a cat's. Contact lenses, I told myself frantically. Had to be. He tilted his head, studying me with unnerving intensity. When he opened his mouth, his teeth appeared filed to points. "You're on sacred ground," he said, his voice rougher than sandpaper. "You shouldn't have come here alone." I backed away slowly, keeping the knife visible. "I have a permit. I'm just passing through." His laugh was dry and hollow. "Permits? Government papers mean nothing here. This land knows who belongs and who doesn't." Without warning, he dropped to all fours in a movement so fluid it barely registered before he was rushing toward me. I slashed with the knife, catching his forearm. He hissed, recoiling, dark blood welling from the wound. I turned and ran, no longer concerned with direction, only distance. Behind me, his cry rose. That same not-quite howl that had haunted me since the first night. It was answered by others, closer than expected. The trail disappeared beneath my feet as I crashed through underbrush, branches whipping against my face. My lungs burned, each breath a struggle in the thin air. I had no plan now beyond survival, beyond the next step, the next moment. A clearing appeared ahead, and beyond it, astonishingly, the glint of metal. A vehicle. Not mine, but someone's. Civilization. I burst from the treeline, hope surging. An old pickup truck sat beside what appeared to be a small cabin constructed of logs and corrugated metal. Smoke rose from a stone chimney. "Help!" I shouted, staggering toward the structure. "Please, someone!" The cabin door opened, revealing an elderly Navajo man. He took in my appearance, wild-eyed, scratched, exhausted, without surprise. "They've been following you," he stated rather than asked, stepping aside. "Come inside, quickly." I didn't hesitate, practically falling through the doorway. He closed it firmly behind me, sliding a heavy wooden bar into place. "You've come from the north," he said, guiding me to a chair beside a small wood stove. "Through the old burial grounds." I nodded, still struggling to catch my breath. "There are people out there. They've been hunting me since yesterday." The old man's face remained impassive. "Not people," he said quietly. "Not anymore." The cabin interior was spartanly furnished but meticulously organized. Dried herbs hung from the ceiling beams, filling the space with earthy aromas. The old man moved with surprising agility for his apparent age, placing a tin cup of water in my trembling hands. "Drink slowly," he advised, settling into a handmade wooden chair across from me. His face was deeply lined, dark eyes sharp with intelligence. "I am Benjamin. This has been my home for 37 years. I sipped the water gratefully, feeling it cool my parched throat. "Thank you, He raised a weathered hand, stopping me. "No names. Not yet. Names have power here." Outside, the strange howl scream sounded again, closer now. I stiffened, nearly spilling the water. "They know you're here," Benjamin said matter-of-factly. "But they won't approach. Not my home." "Who are they?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Benjamin was silent for a long moment, stoking the small fire in the wood stove. "You came through the northern canyon, past the ancient burial sites. These are sacred places. Restricted. Your permit wouldn't have allowed access there." I frowned. My map didn't show any restricted areas. I followed the marked trail. "Maps drawn by the government," he said with a dismissive gesture. "They don't show what matters." Another call sounded outside, answered by another. Benjamin nodded as if confirming something to himself. "There are 3 of them," he said. "Brothers. Once they were archaeologists studying Navajo artifacts. They came 10 years ago, ignored warnings, disturbed things that should have remained untouched, took things that weren't theirs to take." "Those men following me are archaeologists?" I asked incredulously. Benjamin's expression darkened. They were. Now they are caught between worlds. Not fully human anymore, but not yet fully transformed. The change takes years. A chill ran through me despite the cabin's warmth. Transformed into what? In our language, we call them Yi Nad Lu Shi, skinwalkers in English, those who can wear the skin of animals. But it's more complicated than your Hollywood movies show. The transformation begins in the mind, then slowly alters the body. I wanted to dismiss his words as superstition, but the image of the man with those unnatural eyes and filed teeth was too vivid. The way he had moved on all fours with impossible fluidity. The dolls, I said suddenly. I found twig dolls. Benjamin nodded. Markers. Warnings to each other. They're territorial except when they hunt together. The blood was their promise to each other, and to you. A heavy silence fell between us. Outside, daylight was beginning to fade. The thought of another night with those things prowling the darkness made my skin crawl. My truck, Benjamin said, following my thoughts. You're wondering if I can drive you back to the trailhead. I nodded hopefully. Not tonight, he said firmly. They're most active at dusk and dawn. We'll leave at midday tomorrow, when the sun is highest. They retreat to the caves then. The disappointment must have shown on my face because he added, one more night won't matter. You disturbed their territory, but you haven't truly provoked them. Not yet. What would provoke them? I asked, almost afraid of the answer. Taking what's theirs, disturbing their cache. He studied my face. You found something out there, didn't you? Something you kept. I thought back to the small spring, the kill site with the arranged feathers. I had photographed the twig doll but left it untouched. Then I remembered, the turkey feather I'd absent-mindedly picked up and tucked into my shirt pocket, thinking it would make a nice memento. Slowly I reached into my pocket and withdrew the feather. Benjamin's expression tightened. That's why they followed you so persistently. It's part of their ritual collection. He took the feather carefully, wrapping it in a small square of red cloth. This will need to be returned, with proper respect. The howl screams had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed almost more threatening. Benjamin moved around the cabin, lighting oil lamps as darkness settled outside. He sprinkled some kind of powder across the threshold and windowsills, a protection, I assumed. Will they attack the cabin? I asked. Benjamin shook his head. No, they know me. I've been here since before they changed. I leave them alone. They leave me alone. It's an understanding. He prepared a simple meal of beans, cornbread, and strong coffee, which we ate in relative silence. My mind was struggling to process everything I'd experienced, to reconcile the rational world I knew with what I'd witnessed in these woods. You don't believe, Benjamin observed, not unkindly. Not fully. You're looking for a logical explanation. Maybe these are just deranged men living in the wilderness, playing elaborate games with trespassers. I didn't deny it. It seems more plausible than shapeshifters. Benjamin nodded. The world you come from doesn't have room for such things. But out here, away from your cities and technologies, the old realities persist. Not because people believe in them, but because they were always true. He stood, retrieving something from a small wooden chest. Tomorrow we'll return the feather. Tonight you should wear this. He handed me a small leather pouch on a cord. A protection bundle. It won't stop them, but it will mask your fear. Fear attracts them like blood attracts sharks. I slipped the cord around my neck, feeling foolish but unwilling to refuse his hospitality. Benjamin prepared a pallet for me near the wood stove while he took the room's only bed. As I lay down, exhaustion finally overtaking anxiety, Benjamin spoke once more from the darkness. The most dangerous thing in these woods isn't what they've become, he said quietly. It's what they represent. What happens when people refuse to respect boundaries, when they take what isn't theirs, when they believe themselves immune to consequences? Outside, something scraped against the cabin wall, claws or fingers I couldn't tell. I clutched the small leather pouch and closed my eyes, willing sleep to come. Dawn arrived with merciful normalcy. Birdsong, golden light filtering through the cabin's small windows, the smell of coffee brewing. For a moment, I could almost believe the previous days had been a nightmare born of isolation and wilderness paranoia. Benjamin was already awake, moving quietly around the cabin. He'd laid out a simple breakfast of cornmeal porridge sweetened with honey. I ate gratefully, feeling strength return to my limbs. "Did they come close in the night?" I asked. Benjamin nodded. "They circled the cabin several times. Curious, not aggressive. They'll be in the caves now, resting until evening." I checked my phone. Still no service, and the battery was down to 22%. "Your truck," I began. "You said we could leave at midday?" "Yes," he confirmed. "But first we must return what was taken." He indicated the wrapped feather. "There is a proper way to do this. A respectful way." Part of me wanted to dismiss the ritual as unnecessary superstition, to insist we simply drive to the trailhead immediately. But after what I'd seen, I wasn't eager to disregard Benjamin's guidance. "What do we need to do?" I asked. "We'll go to the boundary of their territory, place the feather with an offering, cornmeal and tobacco, speak words of respect and departure. Simple, but it matters." We set out around 10 o'clock, Benjamin carrying a small deerskin bag containing the wrapped feather and offerings. His truck remained parked beside the cabin. The ritual site was apparently within walking distance. The morning was clear and cool, the landscape peaceful under the autumn sun. We followed a narrow path through juniper and sage, Benjamin moving with the confidence of someone who knew every stone and tree of this land. "The boundary is just ahead," he said after about 30 minutes of hiking. "See the change in the vegetation?" I noticed it then. A subtle but distinct shift. The junipers grew more twisted, the undergrowth more tangled. Even the quality of light seemed different, as if filtered through some imperceptible barrier. Benjamin stopped at a flat stone that seemed deliberately placed. "This is far enough. They will sense our presence." He knelt before the stone, carefully unwrapping the feather and placing it atop the rock along with small pinches of cornmeal and tobacco. He began speaking in Navajo, his voice carrying clearly in the still air. Though I couldn't understand the words, their cadence suggested both respect and firmness, an acknowledgement rather than a plea. After finishing the Navajo prayer, he switched to English, perhaps for my benefit. "What was taken is returned. No disrespect was intended. This visitor leaves your territory today and will not return. The boundary will be honored." He gestured for me to step forward. "Place your hand on the stone and repeat. I return what is not mine. I respect the boundary." Feeling somewhat self-conscious but unwilling to object, I did as instructed, the stone warm beneath my palm. "I return what is not mine. I respect the boundary." As the words left my lips, a profound silence descended, as if the forest itself was listening. Then, from somewhere deep among the trees came a single howl scream, acknowledgement or warning, I couldn't tell. Benjamin nodded with satisfaction. "It is done. We can go now." We returned to the cabin by a slightly different route, Benjamin explaining it was important not to create a direct path to the boundary stone. Throughout our walk, I felt eyes upon us, but saw nothing when I turned to look. At the cabin, Benjamin retrieved a set of keys from a hook by the door. "Time to go," he said simply. His truck was an aging Ford F-150, weathered but well maintained. The engine started on the first try, rumbling reassuringly. We bumped down a rough access road I hadn't noticed during my panicked arrival the previous day. "This connects to the Forest Service Road," Benjamin explained. "From there, it's about 7 miles to your trailhead." We rode mostly in silence, the truck's open windows bringing the scent of pine and dust. I found myself repeatedly checking the side mirrors, half expecting to see figures loping along the roadside behind us. "They won't follow," Benjamin said, noting my anxiety. "The ritual was accepted, but they won't forget you." if you ever return to their territory. He left the implication hanging. I had no intention of ever coming back to this particular wilderness. Those men, I said finally. The archaeologists. Is there no way to help them? Benjamin's weathered hands tightened slightly on the steering wheel. They made their choice years ago. They were warned about disturbing the burial sites, about taking artifacts. The elders told them what could happen. They laughed. He glanced at me. The transformation is slow but irreversible once it begins. First, the mind changes. They become territorial, aggressive, forgetting their human connections. Then the body begins to adapt. They can still appear human when they choose, but it becomes increasingly difficult to maintain that form. And you've been watching this happen for 10 years, without reporting it? A hint of a smile touched Benjamin's lips. Report it to whom? The sheriff? The Forest Service? 3 missing archaeologists have become skinwalkers, officer. How do you think that would be received? He had a point. Even with everything I'd witnessed, part of me still struggled to fully accept the reality of what was happening in these woods. The Forest Service road appeared ahead, its graded surface a welcome change from the rough track we'd been following. Benjamin increased speed slightly. Their disappearance was investigated, he continued. Search parties combed these woods for weeks. They found their abandoned camp, equipment left behind. The official report concluded they had become lost and succumbed to exposure. But you knew differently. He nodded. The elders knew. Those who understand the old ways. We've maintained a careful distance, respecting their territory, occasionally leaving offerings at the boundary to prevent them from venturing too close to hiking trails or populated areas. The implications were staggering. Are there others like them? Benjamin was silent for a long moment. The world is larger and stranger than most people allow themselves to know, he said finally. What happened to those men is rare, but not unique. There are places throughout these lands where the boundary between worlds grows thin, where transformation is possible for those who seek it or those who inadvertently invite it. We turned onto a wider dirt road, and suddenly the trailhead parking area came into view. My rental SUV sat exactly where I'd left it days earlier, now coated with a fine layer of dust. The sight of it, this mundane connection to the normal world, brought an overwhelming wave of relief. Benjamin stopped his truck beside my vehicle. Your journey ends here, he said. What will you tell people about your experience? I considered the question. Who would believe the truth? Even with my photos of the tracks and the twig doll, the story would sound like the ramblings of someone who'd spent too much time alone in the wilderness. I'll say I had an uncomfortable encounter with some locals and decided to cut my trip short, I replied. Not a lie, just simplified. Benjamin nodded approvingly. Stories like yours are dismissed every day. It's why they can continue to exist undisturbed. He reached into his shirt pocket and withdrew a small carved wooden figure, a stylized wolf. Take this. A reminder that boundaries exist for reasons beyond human understanding, and that respect is never wasted, even when directed toward things you don't fully comprehend. I accepted the carving, its surface smooth from handling. Thank you. For everything. One last thing, Benjamin said as I opened my car door. The photographs you took, the ones of their tracks, their markers, delete them. Why? Images have power, connections. You don't want to maintain any connection to them once you leave this place. Though skeptical, I took out my phone and showed him as I deleted the images. He seemed satisfied. We parted without further ceremony. As I drove away, I watched Benjamin's truck in my rearview mirror until it disappeared around a bend in the road. Only then did the full impact of my experience begin to register. The boundary between the world I knew and the world I'd glimpsed was more permeable than I'd ever imagined. What other ancient truths persisted in remote places, I wondered, hidden from modern eyes not because they were invisible, but because we refused to truly see them? I placed the small wooden wolf on my dashboard. A reminder not just of danger narrowly avoided, but of humility learned. The wilderness had always deserved our respect, not just for its natural hazards, but for mysteries far older than our scientific understanding. As the reservation fell behind me and the first signs of civilization appeared, I found myself already reconstructing the experience in my mind, filing away the most inexplicable elements, reaching for rational explanations. It was almost instinctive, this need to reconcile the impossible with the familiar. But the small wooden wolf caught the sunlight, casting a shadow across my dashboard that seemed, just for a moment, to stretch and shift into something not quite lupine, not quite human. Some boundaries once crossed change you forever.